destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And what's going on there, everybody? Getting everything loaded up here. So, I know I mentioned this for those that have been tuning in, I guess, as far as during the week. Going to be working on the PDA, I guess, as far as the map. PDA, I guess, as far as for the Dairyland Forex map being developed for Farming Simulator 22. So, yeah, that's going to be the name of the game here. So, I've done some work on it so far, but it's not 100%, as you can probably tell. So I hope y'all ready, I guess, as far as to just be bored to death, I guess, as far as with working on the PDA. But it is a very important piece, I guess, as far as that we need to have for the map, I guess, as far as to be able to navigate around the map. So it's a work in progress, that's for sure. So I've got the majority of the items, you know, the really important and key aspects and landmarks and such, I guess, as far as to depict this here. I'm also thinking all these trees, I guess, as far as that are in here, the way I've gone about those, I probably won't include all of that in the PDA, because a lot of these are just small trees. And if I go like this for a second, over in our editor, I can kind of give you a clue, I guess, as far as what's going on with that. So let's change views here. Where am I at? There we go. Let's go to perspective. So just to kind of give an idea, I guess, as far as of what's going on here. So these trees tend to show up like these are here. I don't know if I necessarily want those to be in there, because I think it kind of tends to clutter the PDA. I've already preemptively tested, I guess, as far as in the game itself, I guess, as far as these little blotches here for all these little trees, I guess, as far as that show up like this. These are pretty easy, I guess, as far as to mow down to. You don't even necessarily need a chainsaw or anything major, I guess, as far as to that. Just as long as you've got a that forest mulcher, I think it's, can't remember exactly what it's called there. I've done some play testing on that, I guess, it's going to show the difficulty level that it is to get rid of these trees here. So that's probably something I'm thinking to leave out of the PDA. I will still include, oops, I zoom out on this, I still will include the majority of the forest trees, like the pines, whatever that are, it will take more effort, I guess, as far as to cut those down with either a log harvester or a chainsaw. So I think a little bit of work here, I think we can get pretty good. So one of the last things that I've put in here so far that I need to get into place is the racetrack, because that wasn't showing up very good, I guess, as far as in this view. Let's go back to that for a second. It's quite a bit of going back and forth between different views, and either increasing clip distance amongst other things, I guess, as far as to get things to get some clarity, I guess, as far as in there. So especially with objects like static structures and or even placeables, we have to increase the clip distance on these high enough, I guess, as far as so it shows up in this view. So we want to be able to get the whole map. So this that's the whole map in view. So part of what needs to happen is, and sometimes it works better, I guess, as far as to have this preview window, I guess, as far as the Giant Center, bigger. I tend to like to have a lot of other things open, like the scene graph and so on. I can make this much bigger, just as far as to get more clarity. So that's kind of what I'm playing around with too, just to see how much clarity I'll get with the preview window, just as far as being any particular size. So this one, this current depiction of the map that I have in here is, let's see if I still have this snippet from the Giants editor, and just to give you an idea. Right now, this has been resized as far as 2048 by 2048. That'll be the size of our map in our PDA. The overall image size is 4096 by 4096. So again, just for a little bit of clarity. But yeah, that's what I've been kind of playing around with, to see how much clarity we can get out of this. So the original snippet that I took, which just works like this, from this view, using the window snipping tool, grab a corner like that, and then after that, I'm gonna paste it into our paint program, like so. Now we have to see if it is. Alright, so the fact that it's a 632 by 629, it's not a perfect square. So I need to get it, crop it down enough, I guess, as far as to get it as close to square, I guess, as far as before I move it. Now I don't want to just resize it and not maintain the aspect ratio, because that's going to not line things up by a few pixels, so I don't want to do it that way. So the approach I want to take to this, 632 represents the height, so this way, and then the 629 would be the width. So what I want to do, I can tell by looking at the picture, I need to drop off a little bit from the top and the bottom. I'm going to take it from the top. So this is just part of the process of what is it? Well, okay, so now what is that at? Oh, I took it off the wrong way. Okay, so the 632 is the width. Okay, so I didn't want that the wrong way. Okay. So we need to take it down. Okay, I can see what's going on. So I'll take it off from the right side of the image. Take it off from this side. Like so. Okay, now we're 629 by 629. From here, take an image, resize it, 2048, and maintain the aspect ratio. Like so. So that's somewhat the steps that are taken just as far as to get what we need there. I can already tell by looking at this, though, it's not 100% lined up, because I got more green on the border of the map here than I do here. So I'll probably have to recrop that. Let's take that back down. Alright, so let's do the height. This down. There's no perfect science, I guess, in doing this. So now we're at 626 on the height, 629 that way. So I need to take 3 more pixels off from left to right. Okay, so we'll take that off of the right side. All the way up here. A lot of it's kind of guessing. I didn't take anything off, okay. Already did. Okay. 628, so we still got 2 more pixels to bring it down. Going in the right direction, that's for sure. Okay. Oh, that's too much, okay. Oop, go back. Too much on that one, okay. Alright, still took too much. Oops, I don't want to take any on the left side of this one. Just on the right side. Let's see if that took anything on. 6:25 minutes, so close. That's only a pixel off. So what I'll do, that's pretty close. So I'm going to go initially imagery size, whoops, and we're going to do 626. I'm not going to maintain the aspect ratio. It's only a pixel off. That's pretty close actually. But because we got it so close and not having to keep going back through that cropping procedure there, it's going to do it that way. Now from here we've got it up square. We got 626 by 626, which is pretty small when you think about it. And I'm going to upscale it to 2048 at this point. This is where we lose a lot of clarity sometimes. See how pixelated that gets, and that's part of the reason why I'm taking the approach just as far as to kind of clean it up. Trying to, anyway, just as far as to clean it up. What I've done with the grass, for example, to make it less pixelated as far as to just paint it in there manually. Maintaining, I guess, as far as positioning of roads and things like that. So I'll need to get the waterway painted in. There's a waterway that goes through here, and also on the northern edge of the map. So things like that will have to get painted in. I've already taken the liberty to paint in a lot of the roads, somewhat by hand. Some of the roads are dirt. That are able to be manipulated, I guess, as far as during gameplay. So we've represented the dirt roads, I guess, as far as brown, and then the paved roads, I guess, as far as such. Some of these I'll have to clean up, like over here. And like I said, I think part of these trees that populate out here, which is the smaller trees, as I already showed, I'm going to probably leave those off the PDA. So probably the approach I'll take, I have that all in a separate layer, like this. Should be able to just chunk those out. In fact, let me do that right now. Hope y'all having a decent Saturday. I got a little bit of a sinus issue, if you haven't necessarily noticed, and I think it's just due to the weather. The fact that it's pretty cool out today in my neck of the woods. You know, after having the next to 80-degree Fahrenheit weather last week, this week was a huge difference. Huge difference. A lot cooler. Alright, so what we'll do in this layer, I'm just going to chunk out all these trees. I want to be careful. I don't want to take out like the tree line, I guess, as far as it's behind. Oh, off here. We'll maintain some of them, but just not all of them. This tends to clutter up the map PDA is all. Yeah, so now give us options. This is a dirt road that goes into this fenced-in lake area. Okay. And it's going to take a lot of tweaking as far as to see, you know, we'll be testing this out. Oh, whoa. John Von coming out scaring the crap out of me. What's going on there, John Von? I had you lurking. I didn't realize you were getting off that. Okay, there. What's happening there, John Von? How was the Diabloing? So we'll close you out that day. Sweet. Hope everybody from the John Von's raid's doing well. We're just working on our map PDA for our Dairyland map for Armson 22. So definitely welcome on in. Smootolini, what is going on? Not doing too bad there, Smootolini. How about yourself? Other than the little bit of a sinus thing. What's going on? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, why is it not showing me that? Oh, that was John Von. John Von checking out my hello redeem. Yeah, I do have some news things probably since you've been here last there, John Von. Alright, totally usable as far as by anybody here in the chat. Feel free to use those at your convenience, at your pleasure. Minus 50 points. What do you mean that Nirvana crap? What are you talking about? That's not crap.
I'm dropping the hammer.
What are you dropping the hammer for? Are you not liking what I'm doing here? Is that what the problem is? Alright, so we're just in the process of cleaning up the different layers of our PDA map, I guess, as far as for kind of see what's going on there. We're going to be testing this out in the game just to see how well we did. What do you mean it was crap? Don't be talking smack about my redeems. I don't make fun of your wizard. Actually, that's a pretty good one. For those that don't know, we do have some choice ones, I guess, as far as in the channel point redeems, I guess, as far as sound alert redemptions. One of which is the horse fart, which is courtesy of John Von. Oh, there is hands. Yeah, there's plenty of other worse ones. Plenty of other worse ones, but that one little snippet, I guess, as far as from that song in particular, is what I like about coming up with more of a unique type of hello to be able to use. There's some other songs that are kind of choice, but not as dramatic, we'll just say, I guess, as far as just that one. Let's see, you know what? I think I'm going to take this. I think I can do a point-to-point on this one. Yeah, I did get a bike ride in, I guess, as far as earlier. A good 10 miles before it started.
John Von Zombie says
rain.
the ting goes skurra, pap pap kaka skidiki pap pap, and a poo poo powder boom skia, doo doo poo poo doom doom boom boom. You done now?
Nice. Nice. It's interesting to hear, I guess, as far as what people tend to like to put in the TTS, I guess, as far as, that's hilarious. That's a good one. She actually pronounced that pretty good. 50 points if you know what that's from. I don't even remember what, it's one of those scat movies. I can't even remember now. I can't even do that. She did it pretty good. Aditi there in the, it's one of the voices that you can use for that TTS that's Aditi, for anybody that doesn't know. She pronounced that all pretty good. I was kind of looking what you typed as opposed to what she pronounced. That's actually pretty. Yeah, that was actually pretty damn close. I don't know though. I know the movies from a little ways back, from what I do remember, but yeah, to recall it right offhand, I You have to excuse my ignorance. Okay. I think I'm going to leave a majority of these here next to that. I'm just going to clean out some of these here just to remove some of the clutter. So, like, I don't want to have all this here. Just so you'll be able to see what's going on more, I guess, as far as with the land. It'll look better. It'll make sense, I guess, as far as once you test this in the game itself. So, we're going to be doing that because that's what we like to do here as far as on our Saturdays. We like to get creative. We like to see the fruits of our labor, I guess, as far as when we apply edits and such to the game. Oh, Holiday Smoke came in with the lurk. I do appreciate the lurk. It's interesting how it highlights. Okay. Just checking my chat, so my chat is still, alright, cool. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Just making sure. Alright, so we can go back to this selection here. I got a couple different tools that I can use as far as to get out things that I don't need. So I'm going to leave a lot of these trees in here, which are like forested areas that do have pines and such that you can cut down, which would require you know, quite a bit of effort to do that as far as a log harvester and or a chainsaw or combination. But all these smaller trees, I'm going to take these out of the PDA, at least anyway. They'll still be in the map, but it just won't be a part of the PDA. And I'll paint some of these roads in here. Some of these that came in a little bit choppy with the process that I use, I guess, as far as to get the PDA out of the editor here, like such. This is where it originated from. This for it's quite the process here to get a decent PDA. That not only looks, it has some clarity to it, but also is functional. You want it to line up, I guess, as far as close as possible to the roads and such, so that you don't, you know, this is your way of knowing where the heck you are in the map as far as when you're playing through it. So, definitely needs to be, take a little bit more time, I guess, as far as to get that right. If you catch my drift. We're going to do our point-to-point on this part. So, yeah, that worked out pretty good. That worked out nicely, actually. So all we're doing is we're taking out of this one layer that does include trees. And part of the way that I did that, just to kind of give you guys a clue, the way I got the initial position of the trees and the way it looks in our layer here, the way I went about that is to actually highlight the trees in our scene graph. Go into here, highlight the trees like so, and then what I do is to take out all the noise behind all this highlighted bright green, is I'll add a plane. So let's add a plane like so, and then I know the size of this area here should be at minimum 4096. So I can go right into this plane and scale it up 4096 like so, and then all I need to do is take that plane and actually raise it up just a touch on the Y. If I do up, okay, maybe a little bit more. Alright, 10. Why is that not coming up? There it goes. So I gotta find that sweet spot. So, alright, maybe down just a tad more. Summer's about like that. Got a little bit more there. So this is taking into account the terrain as far as the peaks and valleys that are in the terrain of the map. I want to get it to the point where I don't have anything bleeding through like such. Maybe somewhere around there. And if I go back into, click that, let's go back to the trees. And as you can see, it highlights the trees there. I can take a snippet of that and then basically flood out the white that is the plane. I can also change the color of that plane. In fact, let me show that. Oh wow, this thing is chugging. Okay, let's change the color of this plane to like, let's say black. So instead of white, we'll make it black. Yeah, let's make her black. Like so. Alright, now that we got it in different colors, some type of contrasting color, and then we'll go back into trees. We can highlight that. And then the other thing I do is first to eliminate this is this is like so. There we go. And that's pretty much that simple. Then I can take a snippet of this. So we can go like snippet. Kind of grab this corner, that corner. Like so. Copy that into our paint program. Out of that. And bring it into our paint program. And then I can take this and flood that out. So this is, let's see what size this is. 28 by 625. So we'll have to go through the same process that we did earlier, I guess, as far as with trimming this down so it is a perfect square. And the way we do that is just to crop it. That might be too much. So you kind of get the idea in a way, hopefully, that how we get these different portions of the map, I guess, as far as to show up in our PDA. It's kind of a layered process. That's actually pretty dang close. So we'll do the same thing that we did before. Do an image, resize, and we'll go with the 626. That's the biggest one. We take the maintain raster off. That. Cool. And then we'll upscale it to 2048. And then we'll maintain that aspect ratio. Cool. Now I can take and make, so there's a couple different ways we can go about this. I can basically use a magic wand to get it out that way, which sometimes doesn't give as good a result. Another way is to make same size image. So we'll make another 2048. That's blank. There's nothing on it. Like so, completely blank. And then we'll take this and then choose this color that we want to take out in both my color swaths, and paste that into here as a transparent. Now what this function does, it'll take whatever's in my swaths here and actually rule it out as far as to not use it. Paste as that. And okay, so we got different shades of that color, so we might have to actually choose these colors. So wherever I chose in here, there was a little bit of sunlight or whatever that was changing it to color just ever so slightly. But you kind of get the idea of how it's separating out the trees as far as the bright green. Alright, so let me go ahead and grab this one. Okay. And then create a new layer that's blank, nothing in it. Just my color, and choose my swath. We'll copy this layer. Go into this. Nope, I did that wrong, my bad. So I gotta copy this layer, make sure I'm in the right one. That's what has our content. This one's the empty one. Got our swath created there. And then we'll paste as transparent. That should have more out of it. Now if I turn the other layer off, you can see how we're removing just as far as that background black. Alright, we'll choose this color to get these out of the corners. Okay, we'll create another layer. That's blank. Those are new color. Let's copy this layer. Go into our new layer that's empty. Paste as transparent. Okay, now if we turn off this layer, you can see how we've narrowed it down, I guess, as far as just the trees. So yeah, beyond here we can do a little bit more cleanup, I guess, as far as to get some of the fuzziness, I guess, as far as around that if we want to. But that's kind of somewhat the approach that we take to get these different items, I guess, as far as in a layer on our PDA map. So I'll probably end up taking that same approach later, I guess, as far as to kind of clean up. I want to add a little bit more detail to the trees that we are going to keep in here. I don't want to make them just green blobs like that. I want to have a little bit of, kind of make them look a little bit more like trees. But for now, that's going to be good enough for a placeholder, at least anyway. Okay, let's close that out. We don't need that anymore since we already got this in here. In fact, let's continue clean up what we have. Now, the next thing I'm going to be working on is getting this racetrack in place. So, prior to start a stream here, this is what it looked like. There wasn't very much clarity as far as what was in this position here. So I had to bring in the... Let's go ahead and clean this up here. I need to unhighlight the trees. This is really chugging in here. Let's delete that. That was just to show how that works. Alright, cool. So we didn't have much clarity in this one here, so I can actually turn this one off real quick and show you what it looked like. So yeah, much the same we see in here. There's not much clarity as far as what's in this position, so this is a placeable that loads in dynamically with map start. So what I did was just bring it into here, put it in a position based on the placeables XML, and cranked up the clip distance so that from this high up above the map, I can able to see what's going on with it. Oh, if you want to play the mini chat games there, Jonathan. Oh, you scolded him, you got nothing out of it though. Yeah, so there's some mini chat games. I don't know why that's not. Hold on a second. Yeah, we don't have the gamble. There is a risk that works the same as gambling. Let me see if this comes up. There you go. There's the list of all the different games that we have right there. Feel free to check those out. I know he scolded the bot. He says, I don't think so. I guess maybe the bot's being a little bit grumpy. Alright, so if I turn this back on in here, you can see how much more clarity we have in that. So the clip distances at this point are basically boosted pretty high. Higher than it would normally need to be, I guess, as far as for gameplay. So just for clarity in our PDA, for how high we are up above the ground to get all of our borders into this, we have to crank that clip distance up, I guess, as far as to get that clarity. So that's the only thing that's done there. So that's the next thing we'll work on once we clean up these trees. That's what we got in here right now, into position, and that layer. And we'll get that cleaned up, I guess, as far as next. And that's going to be the name of the game, I guess, as far as the kind of clean up and make our PDA, I guess, as far as format, nice and pretty. Alright, so we're still in our tree layer. Go ahead and clean some more of this up. It's a very tedious process, to be honest. I've seen some pretty simplified PDAs that are made that would more or less just use an image like this and just leave it like that. To me, that seems kind of blah. I mean, it gets the job done, I guess, as far as to have everything in place, as far as the roadways, where the fields are, and so on and so forth. I tend to always take it a little bit step further and make it, you know, a really nice PDA so that it's not just very quickly put together. And it also ensures me, I guess, as far as that everything in the PDA as well as while you're in the game is all going to be all lined up. So if I'm going down this road, I want my vehicle, I guess, as far as to be on that road or on the field or wherever the case may be. It may or may not be, you know, like a pixel off here and there, but I don't want it to be like way off. So by going through all this process here, it definitely ensures, I guess, as far as that everything's where it should be. Okay, so are we done with our trees? I think so. I might take a little bit more out of this spot. Let's do that. Let's go to my point to point, my little magic lasso, and clean some of these out just a little bit. Might just leave a majority of those in there. I feel like if I take too much of that out of there, I'm gonna kind of take away. Might just leave that like that for now. I can always adjust that later if I don't like it. Play test it in there. You don't have the colors on. What do you mean? Oh, chat colors on. What do you mean chat colors? What you mean by that there, man? Okay, so now that we got the trees done, let's take a look at our racetrack position here. So I got it, the opacity of this turned down just a tad, just to get it initially placed. So we can turn that back up now that I know it's in the right spot. Okay. Oh, that's for the back end. That's for the back end. Yeah, I know what you're talking about there. That's all for the back end. Yeah, I did get that as far as when you rated in. It let me know, I guess, as far as who was a raider, and so on and so forth. That doesn't show in the for all the viewers. I guess you can probably have it so that it does, but that gets annoying. I've been in the other chats, I guess, as far as it does that. It's worse than when people like to highlight their message and be like, listen to me, senpai, you know. It's just like, no. Some people just, now if chat was like super duper interactive, you know, as far as there was a lot going on in there, I feel it's like it's kind of a distraction, I guess, as far as the streamer, I guess, as far as to have that, because, and the fact that we can turn those features on and off, I probably do have it turned off in the chat, I guess, as far as, you know, for you all to see it as well. I do have it on my end though. I could definitely tell, I guess, as far as if you were rated. Well, I mean, it's you like it or you don't like it. I'm not saying I dislike it. There are some of them, like I was able to tell when you rated in on my back end, as far as that you did rate, and it does highlight those for me, which is kind of nice. Because obviously you want those to stand out. You don't want to miss anybody that's new coming into chat, especially from a raid. And it even highlighted Smootolini's, I guess, as far as for me too. I don't know why I did that. But anyway, it did that too. You know, it's a nice feature, I guess, as far as that you have for a streamer. I did try it out, I guess, as far as when it first came out, to kind of highlight subscribers as opposed to, I just felt like it was not only putting that chatter, I guess, on the spot, you know, kind of putting the spotlight on them. You know, it could be kind of and be like, whoa, what's this? You know, I don't like to be called out like that either. It's like if I'm coming here just to say hello, I don't necessarily want to be like, whoa. You know, it tends to be a little bit embarrassing, especially when you're just coming in there to, you know, briefly or whatever. So it has its pros and cons, I guess, as far as having it on. Okay, so I just want to see what approach I want to take to this. So that I did turn the opacity up, did I not? Yeah. Okay. Now what I need to do. I didn't notice you had them on either, as far as when I came in, so there's that. Let's go ahead and try a flood catcher here. Okay, that's not quite right. Let's turn the tolerance down. Maybe? Let's see how that looks. That might actually work. Okay, turn it off for a second. Yep, so I got a little bit over here I still gotta get. Okay, I need to move this up just a tad. And now it needs to go this way. I'm just tweaking the position of that as far as where it is actually located. It's actually not too bad right there. Nice. Okay, so let's get this out here. And again, I can use the magic wand and clean that up. And I want to get this brown crap out of here too. Whoa. Okay, not quite that much. That's interesting, okay. Got a little bit right here too. Now there's mostly bushes in this part. I'll probably paint some of that in there. As far as with the green, I might put that in with the trees layer. The bushes from this level, from this perspective here to get that, you know, take a snippet of that, it's not going to show up in there. There's no way to turn to crank the clip distance of the bushes because that's natural foliage, just like the trees are. The trees are bigger, I guess, as far as in the bushes too. So there's, it's somewhat of a pain in the butt, I guess, as far as to get little details like that in there, and this is why it requires, I guess, as far as to have to paint that kind of thing, that kind of detail in manually. Just much like we're doing with this racetrack. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Alright, there we go. Want to get that bit, that bit, that bit. Oh my, that was all in there? Okay. Gotcha. That's alright. Okay, so if we turn this off again, just to kind of see where we're at. So we got a little bit over here. So we got a little bit of tweaking to do, I guess, as far as on the position of it. Maybe more right about there. Oh, now we're getting closer. Now we're cooking with some Crisco. Nice. Okay. Alright, back on. Let's see. I gotta take out these little splotchy pieces here. Okay, so that's... So I'm tending to use different background music as far as for Saturdays, because I've come to find, I don't know why it is, I tend to use Techno Axe on YouTube, which is supposed to be royalty free. All of his stuff is royalty free, so the fact on Twitch that it does tag it, I guess, as far as being copyright music, it'll mute the stream. I don't get with that. I've checked with Techno Axe, I guess, as far as on his YouTube, I guess, as far as those, and you know, he's been mentioning as far as there shouldn't be any reason. He hasn't put any flags on his, you know, for that. So the fact that Twitch needs to fix their musics, so any of his musics that I use is because as far as all 8-bit for the most part for Saturdays, it's not even close, I guess, as far as to sounding like something that is from a copyrighted piece. So yeah, the fact that Twitch finds it necessary, I guess, as far as to mute the VOD with my main playlist that I like to use on Saturdays is a little bit ridiculous, but so that's why, if you notice, I guess, as far as I'm using a different playlist, I guess, as far as for Saturday here, that would be why. it's getting much more. It's getting more difficult by the day, I guess, as far as to find music, I guess, as far as out there, even if it's clearly defined, I guess, as far as of royalty free, copyright free, for Twitch to be like, oh, okay, that sounds like yada yada. No, it don't. Anyway, that's my little bit of a rant for today. I like to have something going on in the background so that way when there is some dead air there, it doesn't sound like I'm not here or not doing anything. So, okay. Alright, I want to maintain all that. Okay, cool. I got a little bit of junk down here. Let's go get this out. It's not my most favorite, I guess, as far as to use for Saturdays. I like to have, you know, something different than I normally use on like my Monday streams, when I do stream there on Mondays. But if y'all got any suggestions, I guess, as far as, feel free to let me know what you know does happen to be royalty and copyright free, I guess, as far as music. Y'all have heard, I guess, as far as what type of music like you put in the background. So I think I like to think, I guess, as far as y'all know where I'm coming from. And if you don't, that's fine too. Let's see. I need to turn this part up just a little bit. Make this a little bit more on point, I guess, as far as with this road. There we go. Alright, I think that's pretty decent. Alright, so I think there was some. So this is a dirt road that goes up this way between those two fields. And just kind of, okay, I know this is a dirt road that goes into this fenced-in lake area. So, John, you're getting ready to go to sleepy sleeps, I guess, as far as you needing to work this weekend, or are you just taking a break from the Diablos? Jonathan's been doing some Diablo 3, to be specifically. So for anybody that is hanging out and you don't know about Jonathan, go check him out. Let's do this.
What are you trying to do, huh? Show you a trick? Whee!
Lockdown disengaged.
That was a great kill.
Good stuff over there. So that's part of what you'll see, I guess, as far as when you go on and check out John Von. Normally starts up in the mornings there, so you must have went quite some time, I guess, as far as, I didn't pay attention to how much, how long you were on, I guess, as far as before you signed off. But that is why we got certain clips, channel point redemptions, I guess, as far as from clips over at John Von's stream, I guess, as far as with, like, the horse farts. So if you like a lot of those, you'll probably enjoy the streams over there. So definitely go over there and check him out when he's live. You will not be disappointed. I know I get a kick going there, just as far as some of the hijinks that get going on over there at John Von streams. Alright, so this one we got it. Yep, that should work there. Let me we got a road that goes into this one. So definitely gotta clean that up. You know what? I'm just gonna go through this one again, just kinda freshen this up. Like so. There's a 5, let's try that. I might go a little bit wider. Go a little bit wider. Alright. Yeah. Looks good. At some point I'll probably go through and redo all these so that the dirt roads and such all match. So it's not all... Some of them are kind of, you know, different colors and stuff like that. I definitely want them to be depicted. If it's a dirt road, I want it to look like a dirt road as opposed to a paved road. But I'll probably be going over all of these. So some of these are just patches that I did just to kind of fill in here, because some of the clip distance, I guess as far as doesn't show, you know, in this overview like such in the editor. So we have to kind of improvise, I guess, as far as to make it show up, I guess, as far as on our PDA here. So okay, let's do this. Let's grab this color, make this dirt road in, clean that up a little bit, like so. Whoop. And I've got crayons available, I guess, as far as for anybody that's feeling left out that wants to join in festivities, I guess, as far as with painting the map. Feel free to pull the crayons out in chat. If you're following the channel, you do have that at your disposal. Like so. I don't want anybody to feel left out, that's for sure. Oh, pancake mix getting the crayons out. There we go. What's going on there? Must have came in right at what I was explaining, I guess, as far as the use of the crayons here today. What's going on there, no pancake mix? There's another one there. Been playing I think every time that I've gone over to the channel there, I've been playing something different. Does some GTA 5. Does some Fortnite. In fact, just kind of get a taste of what's going on with no pancake mix in it. Let's do this. Oh shoot! Hold on. Hold on, please. Pushing all the wrong buttons. So let's do this real quick. See what kind of clip we get from no pancake mix.
Oh, what? What?
That sniper, dude.
Bro, what?
Sniper is not missing shots, bro.
What the fuck was that?
We gotta run that back. We gotta run that back.
Bro, what the fuck was that?
Oh my lord, dude.
That was Fortnite. That was one of the...
Oh my god, somebody clipped that. That was horse shit.
Dude, you just got dinged like
Somebody clipped that.
Well, somebody did clip that.
Bro.
That's funny. Yeah, I think that's how I come to med, I guess, as far as that. I think rated in, I can't remember if it was who it was, I guess, as far as we rated in from, and yeah, they were doing some Fortnite. Pretty good, pretty funny stuff. And the shot was about a foot past my head, and it still got you? Yeah, that is kind of, it's kind of bullshit, as we say. Right? How are we doing there? Besides that, they're no pancake mix. Everybody feel free, I guess, as far as to go check out no pancake mix, I guess, as far as when it comes to looking for a good time over there. I always have a good time when I go over there, no matter what he seems to be playing. But I know you've done some, what was the last time I was over there? I think you were doing some GTA 5, some roleplay. That was pretty interesting. It was doing some mining and some fishing. No, garbage pickup. That was it. Yeah. Hey, no problem. Absolutely no problem. When I like to think, I guess, as far as my recommendations, I guess, as far as for streams to go and check out is valid, legit. Garbage duty. How's the modeling going? So what we're doing here today, no pancake mix, is updating our PDA for our map for Farm Sim 22. So our Dairyland 4X map, we are creating our PDA. So what helps you navigate around the map, you know, as far as the little mini map, I guess as far as it's in the game, we're kind of creating that, I guess, as far as in a step process here. And part of the way we do that, so here's the map in the editor, right? And you can see how much changes have been made to it, I guess, as far as to add some clarity to it. So here's where it started from, and here's where we're at, I guess, as far as so again, it's been a little bit of a step process. I've already got, at this point, a good week into it, just to add some clarity. I tend to go, you know, just head first, I guess, as far as to do, go all out, I guess, as far as to make the PDA of the map just look amazing. So no matter if you're playing in the game itself, I guess, as far as in just, you know, navigating yourself, I guess, as far as in the real world, I guess, as far as in the virtual world of the map, you also have the PDA to go by. This should show you, I guess, as far as, like, so if you're on this road and you're looking at the mini map as opposed to what you see in front of you, I guess, as far as out of your tractor or whatever, you know, it's going to be a one-to-one representation there. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a step process. Like I said, I've already got about a week into this map PDA, and you know, my OCD tends to get the better of me sometimes. You know, when I go and test it out in the game and realize, I guess, as far as, you know, that could look a little bit better, I'll come back in here. I got all my different layers, I guess, as far as for the different aspects, and I can just update those individually. So not a lot into this actually so far. So I haven't gone so far, I guess, as far as to put every particular placeable that loads in dynamically, I guess, as far as on map start into the position. The only thing I have in here is just the key things as far as the roads, placement of the fields, and stuff like that. I would be getting the water, so there's waterway, I guess, as far as it goes through here. I'll be painting that some form of blue once we get to that. So yeah, just a little bit of a step process though. So if y'all into that, feel free to stick around, I guess, as far as you can see. We're going to be testing this out in the game itself, I guess, as far as to see how well we did with everything that we do. We always like to check out the fruits of our labor. Alright, so we got our racetrack, I guess, as far as in place here. So this is something that wasn't giving us much clarity. So we can see what it was before and what it is. Oh, wrong layer. What it was before and what it is now. And I may or may not clean that up a little bit more to make it less grainy. Entirely too complicated for me. And I mean, I understand too, I guess, as far as this is not for everybody. If anything, I would like for people to, you know, when they're watching this type of process going on, is to at least appreciate the time and effort it goes into to create, you know. So when you're playing a game and you can see how well things are put together, to at least think about, I guess, as far as, you know, what was the process, I guess, as far as to create that. So no matter if it's just as simple something as a PDA or if it's a piece of library that's in the game, that's what we like to show it here on Saturday, I guess, as far as just to give some appreciation about who created it, how long it took, and just how well, I guess, as far as it meshes with the world that you're playing and whatever game it happens to be. No matter if it's Farm Sim, GTA 5, 7 Days to Die, somebody had to create a lot of those assets that are in the game. And that's the name of what I like to do here on Saturdays, as far as to at least, you know, that awareness and that appreciation, hopefully anyway, for how those things are created. So, okay, I think the next thing I'm going to work on is cleaning up all this grass. It's a little bit splotchy. Looks like a ton of work. Yeah, and this is why, you know, so for the longest time before I really got into this thing, this type of stuff, was always trying to understand anyway, why does it take so long, I guess, as far as for a game to come to completion? Why is it in alpha for so long? You know, 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die comes to mind when I think of this, and I'm not trying to pick on them, right? The game is a phenomenal game as far as the updates that have been applied, and much as any other game that you can think of. My Summer Car by Topless is. You got Mon Bazoo that I like to play here on the channel by Santa Goat. You can see all the different types of engines that are used and all the work and listening to the end users as far as what they want to see into a game. You know, taking the time to actually do that and deliver, I guess, as far as on what the end users are looking for in a game. That's, you know, kind of where I find myself too, I guess, as far as to do the same thing. I've played enough of the games. I kind of want the same things that most other gamers want. At least I like to think so. And, you know, having things with more clarity, a lot of balance, no lag, I guess, as far as in a game, because as far as when you play it, not having to adjust graphic settings, I guess, as far as constantly to get that balanced out. You know, things like that. These things kind of play in my mind when I'm playing games, and I hear the complaints, I guess, as far as by other players, as far as like, man, why is it so laggy? Why is it glitching? Why is it doing this? You know, part of the reason, I guess, as far as a lot of these things happen that we witness in games is because it's not optimized. And it's not for a lack of the creators not understanding what they're doing. Some of it is. A lot of it's just putting too much detail, I guess, as far as into something when you can scale it back a little bit and still get, you know, that's the same immersion factor without having too much detail. GTA 5, you know, all the Rockstar games, for example, Red Dead Redemption 2, GTA 5, look at all the details in it, how huge the maps are, and the engine that they use. It's just like, it just goes to show you how much attention to detail that developers like that put into games to make it so optimized so that it doesn't, you know, do any funky stuff. I mean, there are the occasions, depending, especially if you use mods, right? And I know, No Pancake, you were playing, doing the playthrough, I guess, as far as that RP and GTA 5 not too long ago. Those mods that you're using, I guess, as far as to do the fishing and the garbage pickup and all that stuff like that, those are above and beyond what the original developers at Rockstar created for the game. So what I noticed, as far as the playthrough of that, you didn't have a whole heck of a lot of problems with using those mods as far as them bugging out or anything like that, which is big props, I guess, as far as to the mod creators, I guess, as far as for those to make it seem like it belonged in the game. There's a huge creative aspect as far as from a modder standpoint, I guess, as far as to make it work that way, yeah. Seeing it done real time definitely does, yeah. That's another reason why I like to do what I do here. DLC states for ATS are the most painful to wait. Oh, what's up there, TGB? Yeah, so that's probably a good point there, TGB, I guess, as far as part of the reason the DLCs, the state DLCs for ATS take so long. This is one thing I give big props, I guess, as far as to SCS for taking the time. Texas was one of them. Texas took like a year and a half or more, I guess, as far as for them to get it done. And it wasn't because of restrictions, I guess, as far as and so on. They wanted to make sure that once it was released, there wasn't going to be any problems. And I think they only had to patch one thing after it was released. That, you know, huge props, I guess, as far as to developers like SCS, I guess, as far as, and, you know, others like that know what they're doing. They know to, you know, how to put out a quality piece of DLC or whatever without too much of a problem. And that's what encourages and motivates me, I guess, as far as to be much the same way, to be aspired to do that. Yeah, quality over quantity every time. Yes, that's definitely what you'll see. And the fact that this map that I've been working on is, I've been working on it since Farm Sim 22 came out last year, November. So you can do the math on that, I guess, as far as, you know, the Giants, the developer, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 22, has had to patch the game. And sometimes with those patches, it breaks the game to the point where you have to adjust things, I guess, as far as to get everything to work still as expected. So that's been part of the delay for me. It hasn't been from a lack of busting my butt to get it done. But now I'm to the point now where I can work on the finer details like this map PDA and not have to focus. I think the majority of the patches for 22 are done. In fact, they are. Giants has already put the blog out, I guess, as far as for the FS Farm Sim 23 coming out for the Switch and mobile, which is, you know, so that pretty much gives, you know, for us modders, be your map creators or modders, a little bit of a clue as okay, they're pretty much done with what they need, what they want to do for 22. 22 is pretty much what it is at this point. So their Giants has already moved on, I guess, as far as to getting 23 out, which is going to be within the next week or so. I think what they mentioned in their blog. So for anybody that does have a Switch or is like to play Farm Sim games on mobile, feel free to check that out. I haven't looked to see, I guess, as far as how much it is, but they have put it out there. TGB, I want Stanagoat to stop with content and optimize the damn game. Right. I'm right with you on that there too, TGB. It's so bad now with all the new yeah. You know, I tend to give those like Stanagoat the benefit of the doubt. They want to, you know, you almost have to put yourself in the shoes of the developer. And I've done this. I've been a part of teams like that. Granted, Stanagoat is just it's just a one-man team. I've been on development teams for different games like Sim Factory for Arca Sim Racing and stuff like that. So I know you want to throw as much at the game as you until you find that breaking point, right? To the point where it just totally breaks the game and you can't play it at all. Then you know how much you can scale it back. Once you hit that breaking point, I don't think Stanagoat's hit that yet. So again, giving Stanagoat and those like himself, Topless, I guess, as far as the My Summer Car, the benefit of the doubt to just kind of understand that they're trying to put and throw as much at the game engine and the game that they're working on as much as possible to see where it breaks, and once they find that breaking point, then start being able to address the issues that do exist. Granted, it's taken, you know, as much time as it has. That's well over, what, close to 2 years now, I guess, as far as the Mon Buzz is, but yeah. And it plays like a potato and overheats my CPU. Yeah, I know you've mentioned that before. And I've noticed in your streams, I guess, as far as... I haven't had to do that myself. As far as... And you're not using mods the same way as I do, which kind of really surprises me. Yeah, having all that equipment there, shouldn't be doing that. For sure. So, yeah, depending on who you ask, the game tends to react differently. Like for me, not having that steering wheel support since the last couple of updates, that's super irritating for me. I just feel like if it's a driving game, it needs to have steering wheel support. And the fact that the game did have steering wheel support, when I first started playing it, I got the better part of 51 episodes, played on every Wednesday here on the channel. To not have that, I guess, as far as in a driving game, it's super frustrating. But again, giving Stanagoat, I guess, as far as the benefit of the doubt, he'll eventually get it back in there. He probably found a breaking point with the latest things that have been added. I think this is what you pointed out there, TGB. Eventually, I'm hoping anyway, that Stanagoat is going to address that. I mean, from a solid, being a solid developer and creator of a game like this, I would hope that's in the roadmap, I guess, as far as to do that. If that's not the case, then yeah, you might end up losing a supporter. I will probably not continue to support the game if Stanagoat's not going to go back and address some of the issues based on some of these post-fact of these updates. Everything on Ultra with 125 mods or doesn't. Right, and again, that goes back to... Now, keeping in mind, again, Stanagoat is just a one dev team. One person dev team. You got SCS as a staff. I don't even know how big their staff is. So you got different staff, areas of staff, I guess, as far as that are tackling different parts of the development of the DLC and so on and so forth. So that's kind of apples and oranges, right? But I can understand, I guess, as far as those like yourself in particular. I was there for a while too. Unless you were in the thick of actually being, you know, in a development team for a game, you probably wouldn't know. I can tell you, I guess, as far as from being on a dev team for a game, most of the racing simulation games like EA Sports, as far as the NASCAR Thunder games back in 2004, 989 Studios, I've been a part of those teams, I guess, as far as to develop those games. So I know having that structure like SES does to be able to optimize the game like you do is critical, I guess, as far as to make I give huge props, I guess, as far as, again, that benefit of the doubt for Sanago, as far as to I've been on the same save game since I started, about 51 episodes ago, on that game. That is just huge props, in my opinion, I guess, as far as to not have to go to a new save since we started, even with all the updates that have been applied. Should have been fixed the update after. Oh, I absolutely agree. Absolutely. But again, I'm retaining it as far as to give Sanagoat the benefit of the doubt, I guess, as far as to, I'm hoping, you know, I think all of us are, as far as hoping is, as far as that after once all these updates and, you know, trying to find that break, he probably hasn't found that breaking point yet of the game, I guess, as far as to add these updates and see, okay, that's enough. Now I can start addressing this as far as these issues that present themselves after post-fact of these updates. If he's not going to do that, Sanagoat isn't going to do that, he's going to lose a lot of supporters, for sure, and I'm going to be one of them, because I think that would be a crappy approach. So again, still giving him Sanagoat the benefit of the doubt that these things will be addressed at some point anyway. So that's still yet to be seen, and I think a lot of us are in that same boat, I guess, as far as with that. But it's time to stop adding stuff and fix it. You know, I don't disagree. But I can't say it enough, I guess, as far as I can only put myself in the likes of Sanagoat's shoes, I guess, as far as to understand, he probably hasn't found the breaking point in the game yet. So that's why he's continuing, I guess, as far as to add stuff to see where it'll break. And by break, as far as like when, you know, being able to go into your save game and nothing loads, or something of that nature, where it's so catastrophic to the point where it's like, okay, I guess we can't do that. Then and only then, when you realize, as far as you reach that point, or that, okay, I can't do anything more, this is all the game can handle. You know, to include, and we've seen this, all of us, any of us that has continued, I guess, as far as to play through on Mon Bazoo, have come to understand there's plenty of things that have been added as of recent, even, I guess, as far as to, for those that do have a potato of a machine, that don't have as good a machine as you or I have there, TGB, that the game can be played on whatever type of system. So I think he's going in the right direction, I guess, as far as to address those types of issues. Vision for content, and wants to get there before fixing. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's pretty much the same thing I was referring to. Definitely has a vision for it, and again, I think if I know Sanagoat as much as I think I do, you know, just kind of picking at the brain without actually being able to pick at the brain. Part of that vision is to go back after once that breaking point has been found, and addressing the issues that exist, as far as, you know, the lack of steering wheel support. The fact that it did work and now it doesn't, based on these updates to the game, I would like to think that, you know, Sanagoat is aware of that, and it's like at some point I'm going to have to fix that. And I totally get it. I'm right with you, because as far as the irritation that exists, as far as, and it depends on who you ask. Like for me, I just want steering wheel support. I can deal with all the other craziness, I guess, as far as it goes on with the game. A lot of us do understand, I guess, as far as with the Unity engine, which is what the game is built on. It does have it's had the issue since day one. When you put the parking brake on the truck, or any vehicle for that matter, and you have items within it, it's gonna, you know, squeeze them around. It's gonna try to squeeze them out. That's just the nature of the Unity engine. I can deal with stuff like that, although it's annoying. I just want, you know, certain things like the just as much as you would like to see it optimized so it doesn't overheat, doesn't cook your cook your PC or your laptop. I wanted steering wheel support, so I think it just really depends on who you ask as far as what they want and what they'd like to see done. But again, what the likes of Sanagoat is doing with Manbazoo and what I like to do here is child's play. This is just, I find my happy place, I guess, as far as just being able to do what I'm doing right now, I guess, as far as in comparison. It's a huge headache. And that's another thing I think a lot of people tend to take for granted is how much of a headache it is for someone developing a game. And even just being a one-man team, just how much of a pain in the rear end it is. To, you've got one vision, I guess, as far as to add what you want to add, but then you got all these people complaining, I guess, about, well, I want this bad, blah, blah, blah. How do you please everybody, right? But I understand the decision. Well, you got to consider, I guess, as far as when the original game was considered, I guess, as far as to create. Unity was huge, and it still kind of is, but now a lot of game developers are tending to consider using Unreal Engine 6. That's one of the latest and greatest deals coming out. Now, granted, right now, what the likes of Unreal Engine 6 is being considered for is like first-person shooters, open world, complete open world. Not necessarily games like Manbazoo or My Summer Car. It's not out of the realm of possibility for them to do that, but understand, once again, going to a new game engine in comparison to what game engine that the game was originally built on or based on, huge, not only a learning curve, but also the whole structure of the game has to be redone. And just to put it into perspective, this is why Giants, for example, they created their own new game engine for Farm Sim 22 to be used on consoles as well as PCs, right? So that's one game engine. They've gone so far to go one step further as far as to make the game compliant with the game engines that exist in Nintendo Switch and mobile. I mean, that's a whole different animal in itself. So that's kind of the same idea from a game developer standpoint. If you can't just flick a switch and be like, okay, I'm going to go and apply this, I guess, as far as to a new game engine. You're talking about a whole new build, I guess, as far as at that point. You're basically starting from scratch, for the most part. There are pieces of the code from the original game engine that was used that can be applied, but a lot of it still has to be revamped, I guess, as far as to be compliant. So not a lot of people do tend to understand, again, that this is, I'm right with everybody, I guess, as far as it's like, I want it now. I don't want to have to wait. But I do understand, because I've been a part of those types of development teams, to understand why it takes so long. It's not because they're dragging their feet or whatever like this. It takes a lot of time. It just does. As much as it pains everybody, I guess, as far as that waiting for this type of stuff, it absolutely just takes time, and you have to be patient with it. I guess that's part of the only reason why I haven't pursued, I guess, as far as becoming a part of a dev team for a new game. I just tend to get involved, I guess, as far as with like Farm Sim. They've made it pretty simple, I guess, as far as to get involved. If you want to, there's a lot of self-help, if you will, I guess, as far as to learn. It's pretty simple if you want to learn, right? It's not incredibly difficult. And this is where I kind of found my happy place, I guess, as far as to create mods. I've been creating mods and maps for Farm Sim, I guess, as far since the tail end of 15, 17, 19, and now 22. And it's just super fun for me. Some of it can get very frustrating, don't get me wrong. Some of it's very time-consuming, but the end result, being able to get to a final endpoint and have a finished product, that is the satisfaction. that I get from it. So that's why I tend to continue to do it. Yeah, Unity, I think a lot of game developers, though, have come to find it's not the best. There are a lot of game developers, I don't know if Sanago has or not, or even Topless, or some of these other game developers like that, have considered going to Unreal Engine 6. Yeah, at least they haven't blogged about it or anything. But if they have, I'm sure they know what's gonna be involved with it. It is cheap and easy, absolutely. Yep, Unity is very cheap and easy. I've so kind of the way I like to be as far as, you know, full disclosure, full transparency. I've got some items in the Steam Workshop for House Flipper, for example. House Flipper, at least the current one that's out there. Now, House Flipper 2 is, I can't remember, they've created their own game engine. So House Flipper, for anybody that doesn't know, that is based on Unity Engine 2. I think it's Unity Engine 5, which is the same as what Manbazoo is based on. So if you've ever played it or seen any gameplay through it, you can get the same feel, I guess, as far as for the game behavior, right? From what I do understand, from what I've watched over at Frozen District, with the next rendition of House Flipper 2, they've created their own game engine. So it's not Unity, it's not Unreal, it's their own. Much the same as what Giant's done for Farm Sim 22. They're doing all that in-house, I guess, as far as to not commission it out, I guess, as far as for some other developer, I guess, as far as to create an engine. Much the same. So there's pros and cons, I guess, as far as with all what I'm trying to say. Unity 5, I think, was the last one that was put out there as far as game engine and Unreal. I've tried my luck. I've played around with both Unity and Unity 5 and Unreal 5. Haven't touched 6, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. House Flipper is low motion, so Unity works fine. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, when you say low motion, it's like there's not a lot of action really going on there. You're just putting stuff in the position, so it works for that well. But what I found pretty interesting, like I said, I guess, as far as with their House Flipper 2 that's coming out, which is pretty soon, if it's not out already. I mean, I've been trying to keep tabs on the release of House Flipper 2. I'm definitely going to be snagging that. I love my builder simulations. They've taken the initiative. Frozen District, the developer for that game, has taken the approach to create their own game engine. So yeah. But yeah, you're not wrong there, TGB, I guess, as far as that Unity. And I think a lot of developers and that I have come to find that Unity is very cheap. It's still pretty good. Like, if you want to create a really simplified game like Manbazoo, Long Drive comes to mind too. I've been watching some gameplay, I guess, as far as of the Long Drive. That, and I don't know for sure if it's been built on the Unity engine, but it's got that game behavior that it probably is. As far as just the graphical detail and the game behavior, I would have to guess, at least anyway, that it was built on Unity engine. And so it's just depending on what you're building it with. What type of content that you're building those engines with is what determines. And I think Sanago might, at the time that Manbazoo was considered, that was the best game engine to go with. That was freely available, was Unity. You didn't have the likes of Unreal, I guess, as far as that was available to the public, as it is now, I guess, as far as to be able to use that. And I think that's, so, again, just props, I guess, as far as to those like Sanago being able to make the best out of what those types of engines can offer. I can't say enough, I guess, as far as that. If it was me, I'd feel very accomplished in what I've been able to do, I guess, as far as with an engine that is mediocre, You know, as far as very low key. You know, just very trying to think of the word. That's just very simple. Hey, I will never probably now until again. I want to make this very clear. If it comes to pass that Sanago is going to completely ignore addressing, I guess, as far as all the issues that exist to optimize the game, lack of steering wheel support and something for me at least anyway doesn't get fixed, I guess, as far as at some point, and it's, you know, we're coming up to like a year and a half at least since the games have been out, probably a little bit more than that. It's been out for a while. If at some point where Santa goes to say, okay, I'm done with this now, and doesn't address all these issues that are in there, I'm going to be, there's going to be a lot of people going to be upset, that's for sure. Okay, I think I got that cleaned up pretty well. Glad to stop. Okay, everybody's sticking around. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream. I know I'm having a good time. So hope everybody else is as well. It's just a good conversation. I'm with y'all, I guess, as far as with you know, I got the same frustrations, you know, with certain games, probably the same as much as you do. So no, but I take it from the perspective of not only from the end user of the game, but also from a developer standpoint. I've got both aspects, I guess, as far as to consider, because I've been a part of that. It's time for a polish now. Content is great, right? Again, that's all up to Sanago, and those are the likes. Yeah, if Sanago continues to keep adding more content, I guess at this point, yeah, he's going to be on the fringe of it, you know, having a lot of upset supporters, I guess, as far as of the game, and I'm going to be one of them. You know, but again, giving him the benefit of the doubt, you know, if it hasn't been found, I guess, as far as where that breaking point of the game is, as far as where's enough is enough, that's probably the only reason why Sanago will probably continue to keep adding content, just to find that breaking point. It might take another year. Who knows? I'm hoping not, but it could be. That could be the case. Could be. So many people can't play the game anymore. Yeah, so the ones that can't play it, which I haven't come across too many. Most of them that I have come across, they really need to upgrade their PC. I mean, we're talking, they got really old PCs, you know, to the point where it doesn't even run Unity very well. For those types of people, I have only that one thing to say: upgrade your PC. If you don't complain about the game, I guess, as far as because your PC is out of date, and I'm talking like years out of date, you know. I'm not saying you need to necessarily get it up to the times, you know, as far as what we're at now, but at least get your thing updated. Those types of people really grind my gears, I guess, as far as when, you know, when they mention as far as the specs of their PC are like a Pentium, and, you know, not even a, you know, a Pentium chip with like a really old graphics card, you know, like, and, you know, just old parts, you know. I've heard people that have systems, I guess, as far as with EDO RAM, for example, trying to run games like Manbazu, and it's like, seriously? Don't be complaining, I guess, as far as why the game doesn't want to run on a system like that. Those type of people just annoy me. Yeah, they just feel that they have every right, I guess, as far as to complain to the developers of a game that their game doesn't work on their PC, their potato of a PC. Sometimes it does require, I guess, as far as to upgrade it, at least a little bit. Like I said, you don't have to get up to the latest tech, but at least get it much more than what you have. Yeah, but that's the only people that I've come across anyway that are unable to play it. They got really super duper outdated potato of a machine. And I was there for a while. I went a solid 6-7 months, I guess, as far as without being able to upgrade or get a new PC, just due to lack of funds. And I know it takes time, but don't don't bitch to the developer of the game, I guess, as far as because your game doesn't want to work. Their game doesn't want to work on your potato PC. You struggle with modern hardware and can't imagine a super potato. Right. See, you've got that certain perspective there, TGB. You've got, you know, somewhat the, you know, pretty close from what you mentioned in your specs, so pretty up to date, right? You got the i9. Now, granted, there is an i10, for example, just to give, again, just to give some perspective, but you're pretty up to date. And the fact that you're having the issues that you do, that's strange. Now, for me, I've got an i9. I think mine's a 10th gen i9 on my gaming PC, which I use to run. I don't know if there's anything to do with that. I guess as far as to there might be a setting. I don't know. I'm sure you've probably already, you know, played around with your settings, you know, be it in your BIOS or what have you, and have come to that determination. It's just the game, you know. So I can understand from your perspective, I guess, as far as that there are certain things that need to be done to the game based on what you know, your technical knowledge, I guess, as far as for the system that you have, to understand that it is a problem with the game. And again, I can totally understand that. Yeah. I've only come across, I guess, as far as a handful of people that aren't able to run the game at all. So it's a small few. But for some, I see, who was that you rated into? That was Tiny. Oh, I know you know who I'm talking about. You rated into Tiny. Was it Tiny Turbo Gaming or something like that? I'm just recalling from memory. I did follow that fella because he's super fun. Yeah, he was having a blast with the latest updates to Mon Bazoo, and you know, he was mentioning, I guess, as far as what type of system he's got, and there were points in the gameplay, I guess, as far as where he had to restart the game. Restart the game, I guess, as far as because it either hung up or he got stuck or whatever the case may be. So, and he's got a pretty good system too. Maybe not as good as the one you've got there, TGB, but, or even me, but still. So I know there's people out there that do struggle with it, yeah. It's too CPU heavy, or, well, that's just because of the, right, yeah, so that's just the nature of the Unity engine itself. Everything that you build in Unity tends to be CPU heavy. So I've even kind of hinted on this in Farm Sim. So if I go to my map here real quick, there are items in here. There is a setting that you can add an attribute to a model to be what's considered CPU mesh, right? Which will determine whether or not it's going to use more CPU encoding for a system as opposed to using GPU. So most anything that you build that's in the form of a 3D model is going to be GPU related. What Giants has done, and they've had this in place, I guess, as far since at least 17 that I can remember, but there's an aspect in the attributes for an object to make it, let me see if I can show this real quick, so it doesn't seem like I'm talking on my rear end. This is what I really like about what Giants has done. Yeah, so right in here. So I'm just going to use this piece here. This is a really simple piece, but this goes for any type of model piece. You can actually define it as a CPU mesh as opposed to, and when you tick this, right, it's going to tell the game engine that you want to use CPU as opposed to GPU, and it helps from a modeling standpoint to balance out if you're having issues and frame rate issues, I guess, as far as with certain things, from a map creators or a modders standpoint. If there's issues, I guess, as far as with the build and the construct, I guess, as far as of it, we have the ability, I guess, as far as to just tick this off here, and it basically just communicates with the game engine to say, like, okay, I don't want you to use GPU to render this this shape or this model. I want you to use CPU instead. Now, granted, you want to not get carried away with that, because if you get carried away with that, you don't want everything a part of the model or your map or whatever to use that aspect, because if you do that, that's that's going to create even bigger issues. So, but the fact that we do have that ability, I guess, as far as to do that, that's super huge. And like I said, Giants have had that available even in their new engine for 22, as far back as 17, from what I can remember. Yeah, and that could be true, and I don't know for sure if MSC is based on Unity Engine as well. I don't want it to, come off like I know everything, because I don't. But I would have to say MSC came out pretty much the same time, maybe a little slightly before Manbazoo did, but pretty close proximity, I guess, as far as that. So I would have to assume, at least anyway, that both those games are on at least Unity 5, if not an older version. Yeah, from 2016. Okay. Yeah, see, that one I wasn't 100% sure. Now, when you compare what Topless has been able to do with the graphics detail, I guess, as far as in that version of Unity, in comparison to what Sanago's been able to do, I'm not saying there's a lack of ability, right? I think it just speaks volumes, I guess, as far as for what can be done with the Unity engine if you take the time, I guess, as far as to do that. And I think that's the argument, I guess, as far as that we have here, TGV, I guess, as far as the Sanago, just not doing that. Now, again, I'm not trying to take away any credibility, I guess, as far as from Sanago. And I think what Sanago has been able to do with Manbazoo is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Being able to be on the same save game. This is where I continue to keep giving Sanago props. I've been on the same save game since I started, back 51 episodes ago, here on the channel. And that's huge. Most times, I know, with like even when Giants, for example, when they patch the game, and even how minimal it might be, it requires you in a lot of cases to start a new save on your map playthrough. Okay, so that's just, again, huge props. I mean, being on top of, I guess, as far as of what is going to create the necessity to start a new save and what is not. I guess that's huge. What's going on there, Nate? No, Nate coming in with the alert. Appreciate the alert. Manbazoo is Unity from 20. Right. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. I wasn't sure with that, but the point I was trying to make, I guess, as far as you can tell from two separately different creators and developers of the game using different versions of the Unity, you can see Unity that was used for My Summer Car and how much graphical detail. I think the graphical detail in My Summer Car is superior in comparison. Now, I don't know if that's what Sanago was going for with using a more current version of Unity for Manbazoo. That might have been the graphical, representation that he was going for as far as the vision in comparison, to make it completely different, I guess, as far as from My Summer Car. I don't know for sure, but if that was the case, that's why it's cool to see, I guess, as far as the comparisons from a development standpoint and the vision, I guess, as far as for that. Both games in their own right are just spectacular games. I tend to preview Manbazoo over My Summer Car, and that's just my own personal preference, right? One of the things I didn't 100% like about My Summer Car initially going into it was the fact it was permadeath. I wanted to be able to play through it and without having to die by doing simple stupid stuff, whereas I can get away with that in my Manbazoo, at least from the initial start, right? So that was just a little bit of my perspective, I guess, as far as in comparison. I don't dislike My Summer Car at all. I just didn't care for the fact that at the very beginning of it, it was only you only had the ability, I guess, as far as to play it with permadeath. Now, through several updates to the game, whatever, you do have the ability, just like Manbazoo at this point, you can play a hard mode, which does include a permadeath aspect to it. Granted, it came to be, I guess, as far as much later, I guess, as far as the My Summer Car, but again, there's a nice, clean competitiveness, I guess, as far as between the two different developers of relatively similar games. You know, as far as the storyline of it, at least anyway. Leo is an example of plant texture for future, right? That's probably a very valid point there, TGB. Yeah. So for anybody that has played Mon Bazoo and have noticed just how clean, I guess, as far as the model is for Leo, that really stunned me, I guess, as far as like, holy crap. I mean, it's like, if that's what direction Sanagoat necessarily wants to take Mon Bazoo going down the road, that does really open the door up, I guess, as far as for it to be here around for a while. I guess as far as if it's going to be updated, I guess as far as to get that much. And again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier with Sanagoat trying to figure out what is going to break the game. Where's that breaking point? He probably hasn't found it yet. But by adding certain things like Leo, with all that detail that Leo has, holy smokes, that's going to be a huge thing, I guess, as far as for that effect. If it continues the way it goes. Sanagoat is focusing on textures into more content. Is that what the latest has been there? I haven't been staying in touch, I guess, as far as what the latest stuff going on in the Discord. But if that's what he's been mentioning, that's cool. I think the game has a lot of potential, and that's, at this point at least anyway, it's what's going to continue me, I guess, as far as to want to continue to play it. There's certain things that do frustrate me, I guess, as far as what I would definitely like to be able to do in Mon Bazoo is be able to get that one task done over at the racetrack, to be able to do the road course, to get that project car that's over at the racetrack. The fact that we don't have the steering wheel support, I haven't been able to accomplish that. That's definitely a huge bummer for me, at least anyway. I could not do that road course with a controller. It's just, call me what you will, I guess, as far as I just have not been able to accomplish it. You know, the kudos, I guess, as far as those that have been able to accomplish that with a controller. I'm just not that good at it, I suppose. But yeah, that's kind of, you know, from my perspective anyway, that's kind of my qualms with it. Yeah, the road course is tough. Now, prior to the wheel support going away, I was able to get the road course done. Right? I was able to get slightly over that requirement, which it was 51 seconds flat, I believe it was. I only needed to shave off like 3/10. And then the update came out, and it's just like, then I couldn't do it. I tried, but you know, as far as to set the controller up or even the settings in the game, it's just like, this ain't gonna work, man. This ain't gonna work. So, if for no other reason, that's definitely going to be one of the main reasons why I'm going to continue to play it, because I'm on a mission, I guess, as far as to complete that task over at the racetrack. Yeah. No, it's definitely not too low. It's just the steering. Mainly for me, using a controller was, I can't fine-tune that steering enough. That's been my problem. It's too wonky. And I've tried different approaches on the controller, I guess, as far as to get it to smooth out. Going so far into the Steam settings as well as the game settings, I guess, as far as to try and get it dialed in there. It just ain't working. I gotta have a steering wheel. And the fact that it is a driving game, you know, it needs to have steering wheel support. It just does. What is that spot there? I'm gonna leave that in there, I suppose. Trying to remember what that was. What do I got there? Let me check on the map here real quick. That's over there by the racetrack. I gotta know what the heck that is. I don't remember. Let's change view. Let's go to perspective, and let's go over to where the racetrack is at. Let's do it this way. Okay, there's a racetrack. What is that spot? I got to know. -5 camera on all 4 helps a lot. See, and that all comes down to driving style. I know that, you know, what you're mentioning there, TGB, probably has been good for you, and I appreciate you sharing that. I think it just depends on your driving style. That's like with any. I got a lot of insight, I guess, as far as on racing simulation games. You know, being a developer of it. You know, on the development teams, as well as a lot of NASCAR Racing 2003 season experience, and it really comes down to driving style is what's going to determine setup. And the fact that there is adjustability in the setup, you know, with all the adjustable shocks, the camber you can adjust on the car and stuff like that, that's great. That's freaking great when you've got the right tool, like a steering wheel, to be able to accommodate, I guess, as far as the setting, right? I mean, I can try it. I'm not going to say I ain't going to try it, but I think it ultimately comes down to, I've tried a lot of setups that other people have. That works for them. Whatever you find that works for you, that's definitely the approach you want to take. I can tell you, I guess, as far as just from experience, when I try to use somebody else's setup based on my driving style, it doesn't always work. Doesn't always work. But I'm willing to try anything. But everything that I've tried to this point, if I haven't made it clear, it really comes down to I need to have a steering wheel. Controller just isn't going to work for me. Yeah, being in a driving game, it needs to have a steering wheel. Period. Alright, so what the heck? Let me look at my... trying to figure out what this spot is right here. So here's the racetrack. I still need to clean this up a little bit more, but yeah. That's just before... I'm just trying to determine whether or not that needs to come out of the map, as far as our PDA at least, anyway. Let's see. So that's going to be halfway between our fencing area and the track. What in the world is that? So that would be like right in here somewhere. There's nothing here. What is that? Huh, interesting. Yeah, so that would be right in this area. Weird, okay. Let's go back there. So what I'm questioning is this spot right there. That little gray spot right there, that should be roughly in this area. I ain't seeing anything there, so I don't know. It's not something I have loaded dynamically, do I? I don't think so. Huh. You know, what it'll probably come down to is I'll leave it in there. If we go down this road and I find that there's nothing in that spot to have the necessity for that, I might just take it right out. I don't want to mess up that name. Can I do Noxality? Noxality, welcome on in. Yeah, well, currently right now what I'm working on is the PDA for the map, but yeah. Yes. So just to kind of show, this is the map here in the editor. And yes, this is actually a track. It is a NASCAR track. So the, hold on a second. Spawn over that. It is based on a previous track build that we did for NASCAR Racing 2003 season. That we've been able to port into Army Simulator. Yes. I'm going to be downloading this map. Well, that's where we're in the process of getting it done. I guess as far as like that, it's been close to a year and a half. I guess as far as since we started on it. So yeah. We're getting to the final details of it, like the PDA. So that's what I currently am working on, I guess, as far as for this stream, is to get the PDA all worked out. So yeah, if you want more information for anybody new coming in there about the map build, !map in the chat will give you the page for the map build. Once it is released, it will show up on our Spline Design Studios website. So keep that page, I guess, as far as in mind, I guess, as far as to know when that official release will come out. Any old car mods? I have no idea, no clue. Part of the reason that I've added this here is, you know, if somebody that plays Farm Sim has their own private mods, you know, they've got go-karts or whatever. I know that on the official mod hub there are some pretty cool mods, I guess, as far as to run on this track. So that's I had definitely tested it with that. But if there are private mods out there that people have and like to use during their map play, they'll be able to use that on there. It's totally usable. And much like everything else on the map here, if you don't want the track, I guess as far as on there at all, and you want to use it to just do farming, you can sell it off outright. I don't know why anybody would want to do that, but the ability is there. So you can kind of get the idea of where this thing is located. It's on the eastern portion of the map. So there's the map border right there. On the eastern portion of the map, doesn't take up a whole lot of real estate. So you can see there's the town. There's the majority of our fields, which is the heart of the map. And then you got all this area that's undeveloped. I guess as far as that you can do whatever you want with it. Plenty of it. So the fact that it is a 4X map, it's got a little bit for everybody. I guess as far as whether or not you just want to work the heart of the map, I guess as far as it has already the established fields and farm areas, or if you want to spread your wings, I guess as far as going on the outstretches of the map and just build it the way you want. I'm making use, I guess, as far as with this new build mode that's in Farmington 22. You found super late models? Nice. Yeah, so if there's mods out there, you know, I don't want to put this, not that I endorse or whatever as far as any particular private mods that are out there, but I'm pretty sure at this point they're out there, right? And that's one thing, I guess, as far as I take into consideration for putting a track in here. Yep. So just to kind of get, so for those that are new, I guess as far as that aren't aware, I guess as far as what track build this is based on, we did showcase, I guess as far as probably about a year ago, well before, I guess as far as we started the build of this map, the build process for the North Wilkesboro Speedway build, I guess as far as for NASCAR Racing 2003 season, and that is what this track is based on. Now, it's not going to be North Wilkesboro Speedway when it's in the track here, it's going to be Dairyland Speedway, but it has the same base for it, to include some of the objects from that build. But yep, we've made this more to accommodate, I guess, as far as our Dairyland map. So just to kind of give some clarity, and it's totally usable. It does have access to get into it a couple different ways. So if you want to use this, the animated gate, it's in this location here to get your vehicles in and out of the facility, or there is what I consider to be junk that loads up there. There's junk boards that you can climb. If you got a vehicle that's big enough, you can be able to just climb the wall too. So there's many different ways you can get into this facility, to include the animated gates that are on this wall. So yeah, just to name a few things. It is lighted, so the lights do come on when it's at night, so it can be used anytime. You can add more lights if you choose, I guess, as far as if it's not enough. But yeah, that's one of the many things that that is considered to be a staple for this map build. Is much of things. It's probably a good thing. That's where we're at here with creating the PDA, I guess, as far as to get these items represented here in our PDA. Now, granted, keep in mind this is a work in progress with the PDA. Don't consider it all, I guess, as far as to be a final product. It's probably going to get cleaned up quite a bit within the coming days. So yeah, I just kind of want to show everybody, I guess, as far as where the progress is on the map, so that there's no confusion as to why is it taking so long. We're down to these final details now that all the patches for 22 have been pretty much released. The fact that, as I mentioned earlier, Giants has announced, I guess, as far as the release of Farmington 23, which is the mobile and Nintendo Switch version of the game. That pretty much is an indication for most of us map builders and mod creators, I guess, as far as that all the patches for 22 are done for the most part. That's not to say that there won't be more, but the majority and the bulk of the patches for 22 are done. So that's now that 23 is coming out, been announced, so that's good. I appreciate it. It's coming along slowly but surely. Like I said, I don't want anybody to take into consideration that this is final, but it does give you kind of a rough idea of what's going on with it. There are plenty of dirt roads in the undeveloped areas so that they can be removed. So I took the liberty of not putting a lot of static roads that are non-removable into these undeveloped areas, so that you have freedom, I guess, as far as to do whatever you want. So a lot of these dirt roads that are initially applied in here are completely removable in the build mode, as far as to paint them in or out as you choose. Again, just taking advantage, I guess, as far as of that that build mode that Farmington 22 has in it. But yeah, appreciate you stopping by here. Noxelty, is it Noxelty? I don't want to get the name right. Definitely correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Noxelty? So is it like a play on words to novelty? Again, I don't want to assume, but definitely correct me if I'm wrong. I definitely dislike, I guess, as far as when I pronounce viewers' names wrong. So if I am saying it wrong, definitely you can call me Nox. Alright, that's fair. Most of my friends here just like to call me J-Rock. I've had that call sign, I guess, as far as pretty much all my life. So let's not get it confused, I guess, as far as with some other variations and deviations that you might hear out in the world. Not anything like, I guess, as far as some of those. I tend to reserve, I guess, as far as to mention. If you don't know who they are, it's probably better. Well, I'm speaking of. You're bunny playing FS22. Have a good one. Alright, no problem. I appreciate you stopping by there, Knox. And hope to see you again. Definitely keep in touch, I guess, as far as with where the map is. Where the map is at. But I think once the PDA gets completed, which should be before the end of this month, that's kind of what I'm shooting for. By the time we get to that point, the map is going to get out there. I'd very much like to get it out there before May. Before May even hits us there, which is not too far away. So it's just that close. Now, barring any other issues don't present themselves, that's the other thing that tends to delay it. It's usually as we play test this, which we will be getting into a play test here once I get the majority of some of this PDA done. I want to test it out to see how it looks. Barring nothing presents itself during the play test, then yeah, as long as we remain to be in good shape there, then yeah, we'll just create the ability, I guess, as far as to get the map out there to y'all to be able to try out. Appreciate all the new people, I guess, as far as come over here and check out and see what we got going on here. We've had some very intellectual conversation, I guess, as far as with you know, just other games too, and how they're created, and you know, what can be done better, you know, what our gripes are, what we'd like to see done with them, and so on and so forth. You know what? I think the approach I'm gonna take here. Let's do it this way. That color both slots. Chunk it out this way. Yeah, that didn't work out the way I was hoping, so let's do it this way. There we go. Oh, there's another way. I can always make my brush a little bit bigger too. Let's do that. I hate to make it too big, because if there's no way for me to know how big the brush is, I guess, as far as other than the brush pointer. So a lot of times what will happen is I'll get into an area that I don't want to paint. Granted, I can undo it, but sometimes I just would rather have the proper size brush so that I don't do that as far as the paint. get too carried away and paint into an area I didn't want to paint. Alright, this will work out, looks like, though. I'm just cleaning up all this, whatever you want to call it. It's just, we don't want this in here. We don't need all this. It's kind of junk. It's garbage. I want to clean it up here. I don't want it in the PDA, as far as it represented in the game, to be, you know, represented as bushes or anything like that, because that's not what it is. Most all of this is just grass. You know, it's this kind of grass foliage, different types. I don't want all that detail necessarily in the map, just to have the color represented of what it is, generally. I've seen some PDAs that have some hella detail, I guess, as far as to really get down to the detail of, you know, the blades of grass, I guess, as far as there are in different areas. I don't necessarily care to want to take that approach, and it's kind of a personal preference of mine. When you look at the way the default maps are done, for example, it's very simplistic as far as the color palette, right? You know, so I tend to do a hybrid, I guess, as far as a simple color palette, simple detail, but also want to have a little bit of detail. So I want to be adding a little bit more detail to the trees, you know, to actually make them look a little bit more like trees than what they are. You know, things like that. So it's, I tend to consider, I guess, as far as what I do for PDA, I guess, as far as a little bit of a hybrid of what Giants has done with the default maps and kind of my own thing. Okay. And most people, I guess, as far as that did try out the Farm Sim 19 version of the map, which was a standard size map, tend to like that, so we're going to continue that to do it much the same way. Yep, so just cleaning all the little boogers, as I like to call them, here in the map. You don't want all that in there. Yeah, I can make my brush a little bit smaller. Yep, this is the point that we're at for the map build so far. I guess as far as to get down to the nitty gritty, as far as to get these finer details like the PDA done. Feels good, man. I guess as far as to get to this point, it just it speaks volumes, I guess, as far as for the fact that we're close to the finish line on it. But as you can tell, I tend to not rush these things at all. I know Pancake said it best, I guess, as far as easier, no pancake mix, was quality over quantity. Yep, that's what we do over here. Quality over quantity. Alright, I can make my brush just a little smaller so I can get myself in here. I don't want to take too much of that detail out of there. Now, the fact that I'm zooming in pretty far, it's not going to look that grainy when we go into the game. It's going to look, you know, more like that. So, yeah, the fact that I'm zooming in pretty far there, we're not going to have that much detail once we play test it into the map. This is turning out pretty good so far. Gotta get all this out over here, too. Alright, so we got our track in there. Actually, what I can do... Still got that as layer 8. I can probably go ahead and flatten that down. I'm gonna wait until after I get all this done, and I'll flatten that down. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Hope everybody's having a great Saturday. I know I am. Went outside and got a little bit of bike riding in before the rain came. That felt real good. Yeah, it's getting a little bit rainy here, I guess, as far as for the remainder of our weekend, but I guess that stands to reason, I guess, as far as we had such great weather last week. Took advantage of that as well, as far as to get outside and get some things done, but yeah, with all that nice weather that we had last week, it did prompt, I guess, as far as all this rainy weather that we're having for this week. So, pros and cons, I guess, as far as to that. Okay, this is a waterway up in here. At some point, yeah, I want to get to painting in the waterways. Probably a blue color. Not the same color as this though. So yeah, I want to paint the waterways, I guess, as far as a blue. I got a couple different ways I want to go about doing that. So I know for this one it'll be a little bit easier. I'll be able to do, like, say for example, a magic wand. Pick that area and be able to separate that out as a separate layer. Color that a different color, and then just kind of do the same thing that I'm doing with the grass areas here. So that's at least my initial thought of the direction I'll go with that. So yeah, a little bit of everything that we're doing here with the PDA. It's kind of the name of the game here for our Spline Design Studios Saturday. I'm already over 2 hours, holy crap. Time flies when you're having fun. And hopefully we are having fun, because if we're not, then we're doing something wrong. We're definitely doing something wrong. Let's make sure we're not doing anything wrong. So definitely let me know if you're not having any fun here. Definitely let me know. We had the raid earlier, I guess, as far as over by, was John Vance? He's probably still lurking, maybe. I know he was playing some Diablo. A lot of people coming in playing some different games. So I know Knox came in, I guess, as far as with he's playing some Farm Simulator 22 with his buddies. That's cool. You love to hear it. Alrighty then. Gotta get all that boogers out here, like I like to call it. Don't want all that mess in here. Make yourself a nice, clean PDA. Now, some of the things that we've done with this map, I would have to definitely feel that a lot of things that we're doing on this map here are not groundbreaking, right? Some of them are, but I would like to think that there's some maps out there, I guess, as far as in the private sector, I guess, as far as that are done, you know, much the same way, if not better, than what we've done here. The Dairyland 4X. So if you're seeing something on here that you haven't seen on any other map, then maybe that's a good thing. Then I feel like we are a little bit more innovative and groundbreaking. But there's a lot of creative minds in the Farm Simulator mod community. And there's very different approaches, I guess, as far as depending on who you watch or who you support, the approaches that are taken, I guess, as far as to create something like a PDA. You know what? I can probably turn these trees off. I think of it. Oh yeah, there we go. I get this some more clarity. Let's get all this noise out of here. That works better. Yeah, I always get some huge satisfaction out of being able to test out the fruits of our labor, being able to see how our work presents itself in the game itself once we get to that point. So probably once we get to the point of, if I haven't made that clear, of getting the waterways into the PDA, I think that's, you know, once we get something applied to the PDA here in that fashion, we should be able to button this up and be able to check it out in the game and see how she looks. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Okay. Just making sure I'm not taking too much of that detail out. Yeah, this is all grass in here. This is where the main farm. So if you start in new farmer mode, for example, This will be where the main farm is right here. This is your starting field. You got your static house area. They got the store right there. Just to kind of give you some clarity. And granted, I am a little bit zoomed in here, but just to zoom out a little bit for a second, you can kind of get an idea of what's going on. There's definitely probably going to be some areas I'm going to want to tweak or just touch up on once we do check it out in the game itself. So that's to be expected. Anything I'm doing in here right now is definitely not to be considered final. Make that abundantly clear. Whoops. Let me make my brush a little smaller. That's what a little bit smaller. Whoa! Got a little carried away. Zoom in a little bit. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with some Crisco. Just a little bit of cleanup, nothing major. Like I said, I'll probably, once we check it out in the game itself, I'll probably be going back over these roads and just freshen them out. You know, so that they all look uniform. Some of them I did use, just painted them in there manually. Some of them are what presented themselves in the editor. As far as from that flip distance gets as far as being above the map, straight down. So, in an effort to make them all uniform looking, I might probably end up going back through it and just cleaning them up, refining them a little bit more. Let's make our brush a little bit bigger again. There we go. Yeah, so for anybody that was wondering, has ever wondered, I guess, as far as how the PDA is created, this would be one approach to it anyway. I'm not saying this is the only way to do it. This is my way of doing it, at least. And I think I share the same type of approach with other map creators. I'm not the only one that does it this way, but kind of makes it unique in that way. Creating the PDA in itself is an art form in comparison to the map itself. So if you were thinking, I guess, as far as that the PDA just gets created, I guess, as far as when you just create the map in the editor, that's 100% not true. 100% not true. PDA has to be created separately, I guess, as far as from the map itself. So once the map is close to complete, like this one is at the state of, then and only then should you really consider a PDA, because if you make changes to the map, creating the PDA too prematurely, it's going to be a little bit tougher, I guess, as far as to get, you know, your items that are in the map, I guess, as far as to pick it on your PDA. It's not incredibly impossible, but it makes it a little bit more difficult. So that's why I always have taken the approach in any map that we've created, I guess, as far as to do the PDA absolutely the last thing you ever do. Once you got the map, you know, looking the way you want, and you feel it's pretty good to go, then yeah, just go ahead and consider, I guess, as far as to create the PDA. So yeah, so just going back to this, let's go back to that view real quick. So if we go back to this view, I like to take a look at it from this view from time to time just to see where it's at. And, you know, once I feel this is all I want to do with it, especially the major landmarks like these fenced-in forest areas, fenced-in lake forested areas. We got our VGA that's down in the southwest corner. You know, things like that that are very staple and very static and are going to stand out pretty well, I guess, as far as in the PDA. Once we got those types of things established like we do, it's, you know, the reason, I guess, as far as to be able to go ahead and, you know, determine at this point that we're ready to make a PDA. So there's no other major changes that we need to make to it that's going to make the PDA inaccurate, put it that way. Whoa, got a little carried away there. Guess my brush was a little big. Yeah, so I'll probably go back over this road, I guess, as far as to clean that up. I'll leave it that way for now. And just focus on it. Try not to go too much off on a tangent, I guess, as far as with doing these types of things, because you can definitely miss something that you meant to get and never come back to it until it's sometimes too late. So I tend to try to stay focused on one thing at a time, and just keep it in mind that there are other things I need to tackle, like going over these roads. I'll have to come back after I fix all the grass and just fix them up. I want to leave some of that in there because it kind of gives a little bit more of an effect. The fact that it's a rough dirt road, which it kind of is by design. Yeah, so even this one right here, I might try and leave that just like it is, because that is a pretty rough dirt road. It's the same as it is over here. And I will kind of touch that up a little bit at some point, I guess, as far as to make sure that, you know, let's go a little bit smaller. Squeeze it in right there. There we go. So these are areas with trees. I'm going to leave a lot of that detail. Trees and bushes. Okay. Alright, let's make our brush a little bit bigger again. Oh, not quite that big. That'll work. Oh, crap. Got carried away there. Taking my road away. Whoops. Yeah, we'll make it a tad bit smaller so it tips down. That'll work. Nice. Yeah, that looks pretty clean there. Now, I'm thinking with these fields, so what happens by default is when you go into the escape menu in particular, and we'll see this once we try to test this out in the game, a lot of the field areas are going to get overlaid, I guess, as far as with either crop that's growing and stuff like that. So you're not going to really see this dirt texture, I guess, as far as that currently on here. So I may not even need to do anything with that. We'll definitely be able to confirm that once we go and play testing in the game, as to whether or not I'll need to do anything with that. Because, yeah, the different overlays that you'll see for what type of crop is growing into it, or if it needs to be plowed, if it needs lime, all those different types of layers is going to cover all of that. So I may not need to do anything more with that. I'd like to not have to if I can help it. Just for fear of disrupting, I guess, as far as the integrity of those fields, if for no other reason. Yeah, so there are some dirt roads that is kind of dead end. I think that is one of them, if I remember right. Probably won't be able to, you know everything that's wrong with the PDA, I guess, as far as in this playtest that we'll do momentarily, but should be able to get a pretty good idea of what still needs to be worked on. Okay, that's going to be a waterway through here. Dude, I need to fill this in a little bit more too. This is a trailer in this spot. That's got some trees here. you tend to know what's what you got going on with your map, I guess, as far as after working on it for as long as we have. The fact that it's been pretty close to a year and a half, I guess, as far as at this point. Yeah, you just tend to know as far as. So as we're painting this, we can kind of know, I guess, as far as this road, you know, there is a transition right here, so there's a little bit of a hill, a little bit of a drop off right there, so it's got two different types of pavement. We'll probably clean this road up a little bit further too. I don't like the different colors represented there. I want it to be one solid color. This is one type of road here. It's got a little bit of a drop off right here before it, you know, gets to this part of the road. You know, it's just little details like that that I do know exist on the map itself. So this will help you, you know, as you're looking at the PDA, I guess, as far as determining, okay, I know there's a drop right here because I get to see that different color of the road. You'll be able to use those types of things to your advantage, I guess, as far as when you're utilizing the mini-map, I guess, as far as to navigate yourself to and from in your tractor, truck, or whatever the case may be. So this is where our fruits and vegetables garden is right there. I want to maintain that there. Yep, clean up the grass. This is all of a grass area. There's our starting field when you're a new farmer, at least anyway. We did test here on one of our modeling Mondays, I guess, as far as to we did adjust some things as well in the different modes. So we did play test in hard mode, as far as the hardest mode, start from scratch, I guess, as far as to determine you know, how much money you get and stuff like that. So that seemed to all get worked out. That was good. Okay. Yeah. Bugging me at this point is all of this, man, I need to get all this cleaned out. So like all this here, I'm going to have to flood fill this in, get it to look the same as this. So I'm going to focus on the interior of the map here for the time being. Now that we got the outer realms, I guess, as far as the map, we need to play a little bit more detail. Pay a bit more attention, I guess, as far as the interior of the map. Try to go a little bit bigger on that brush. There we go. I'm gonna go too crazy because I can get carried away. Yeah, this size works out pretty good. Oh yeah. Yeah, so even like this area, that area. Let me try and flood fill this. Might have to turn the tolerance up a little bit just to see. I'll leave it there for now. Oh my goodness, what did I do there? Hold on. That is not what I expected. Oh, we're in layer 8, that's why. Oh shoot! Okay, I'm gonna end up merging that anyway, so that should be fine. I just realized now I'm in the wrong layer, I guess, as far as what I meant to paint. Whoops! Alright. Let's just go ahead and merge these. Yeah, let's do that. Now, I've been painting in the wrong layer, but that should be fine. We got our racetrack where we want it to be, as far as represented in our PDA, so that should be... Let me go ahead and merge those two together. Let me get it down to just those two layers. Alright, and then we'll go ahead and do a layers merge visible. Alright, now we'll just relabel this as map. Like so. Alright, cool. Now we can go ahead and turn back on all of our other layers. Marvelous. Cool. Now I'll be working in the proper layer at this point. Whoops. Hey, when that happens, but I meant to get that merged anyway, so now let's take a look and see how we'll flood fill. Let's see, where was I? I was right around in here. There we go. Yep, I think that'll work. That level of tolerance would be pretty good. far as our flood fill. You don't get crazy with it. Yep, that'll work. That'll work just fine. That works just wonderfully. Yeah. Whoa! I actually took away a little bit too much detail. Let me turn the tolerance down just a little bit. That's better. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that'll work. Now, I don't have in this. So what we've got represented in here, we don't have a lot of the dynamically loaded placeables. Oh, hold on. We'll carry it away there. Just want to get the grass out. There we go. So I don't have a lot of the buildings that are represented in here, but the areas where the buildings go are in here. So I think that'll work out pretty good. So this is a farm area right here. You can see all the dirt and the concrete, whatever pads, I guess, as far as where the buildings do reside. Okay. Kind of jumping around a little bit, but it's all going to need to get cleaned up here at some point. So I figure, why not do it now? Why not do it now? This is where my OCD gets the better of me, I guess, as far as to, I don't get too crazy with the detail, but I want to have some clarity in it, at least anyway. And not look like a 2-year-old painted it. I mean, for some PDAs, I guess as far as it might be required to want to have it that way. Depends on the vision that you have for it. That's not my vision for this one, at least anyway. Hopefully we will get enough people to stick around, I guess, as far as to see this playtest and see how all of our hard work here turns out. Let's see, let's turn the tolerance back up a little bit. There we go. Put that down. Ooh, that turned out pretty good. Oh, too much. Back that up a little bit. Sometimes you just gotta test the waters. There we go. Yeah, so once we put our other layers, like our trees and stuff like that, it's definitely gonna enhance, I guess, as far as everything we're doing here with the grass. So once we turn the trees back on, for example, let's do that for a second. And see how much more clarity we'll get while we clean this up. So I did cut that off there. I might have to do a little more cleanup on that. Okay. Just taking mental notes at this point as far as what I might still need to have to do. Nothing serious though. That's always good. Let's turn this back up a little bit. Depending on which area we're in here, we may or may not need to turn it up like that. Cool. Oh yeah, that looks good. As long as it doesn't take away too much detail, always pay attention to when it flood fills, does it necessarily step on? Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Oh, got a little carried away there. Okay, let's back that up for a second. Let's see, let's go over that. Yeah, see how it gets into the field and stuff? I don't want it. That's not good. Okay, so let's do. Okay, that's a little better. That's getting into the field there a little bit, so let's not get carried away. Okay, actually that may not be too bad. Okay, cool. That'll work. Oh, see, that's getting into the fields. I don't want that. Okay. Let's see, get this back up. Bring that down a little bit. There we go. So this is a grass field by. Yep. So there's a patch of dirt right here. This is a dirt road, actually. Okay. I'll have to play test it to actually see what I need to adjust there. There's definitely going to be some areas that I'm going to have to adjust, I guess, as far as how it's depicted in the game. So we'll be able to get a better idea, I guess, as far as once we go into the game itself and be like, do we need to add more detail as far as a dirt road or not? Just little things like that. Let's see. Screen's still moving? Yeah, I guess it is. I know usually about this time, about 2.5 hours in, it usually, the screen, the video at least anyway, likes to freeze for whatever reason. But it's good to know, I guess, as far as still moving around. Alright, cool. If anybody does happen to notice, I guess, as far as the screen not moving, you definitely let me know. Because then I know there's serious problem. Cool. There is a dirt road. You can see this ever so faintly runs through here, and then there is some rocks alongside of that dirt road. Yep. I need to clean this up a little. It looks a little choppy on the edges here. Clean this up just a bit. Alright. Not too shabby. Probably turn that tolerance up a little bit. I'm going to back this up there for a second. In the world. Oh shoot, can I go back that far? Uh-oh, so I must have used up a majority of my memory. Oh shoot, that's not good. Let me turn that back up. Alright, I guess that'll work. That's not too bad. Grab this color real quick. Clean up this edge of the field. Whoa. Difference there. Hold on. You know what? I'm going to use the clone. Let's use the clone tool. There we go. Now, granted, like I was saying, this part, this dirt texture, using that term loosely, I guess, as far as for the field, it's probably not going to show because you're going to have the filter in the game, I guess, as far as that's going to have, you know, what's growing there, if it's cultivated, harvested, all that good stuff. So it's, that texture itself isn't really going to show hardly at all. So, I mean, that'd be a terrible thing. Clean up more of this edge. Ooh. Alright. Not bad. Not terrible. I'm gonna clean that up a little bit. Let's get our clone tool. Something like that. Whoops. Okay. Here. Oh, let's move that over. That's probably not too bad there. Not too shabby. Whoops. Let me paint my roads out. Gotta leave our roads in there. Let's get this strip over here, okay. Ooh, easy now, what's happened there? Let's back that up. Okay. Yeah, let's do it this way. Alright, that doesn't look too good. Now, there should be some trees up in here. Let me turn the trees layer on real quick. Yep. Alright, cool. Just want to get an idea. That's what these areas are, mostly where we got trees. And whether or not they're like elms or what have you. I'm sure I'm in the right layer again. I want to be working in the wrong layer. Working the wrong layer at this point, that'd be bad. Be bad. Okay, we're gonna get all the way around this edge of the field. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, that should work. Clean that up a little more. Whoa, don't get carried away. Don't get carried away. I said don't get carried away. Oh, dang it. What do you not understand by don't get carried away? I'm gonna try and straighten that up. Do our clone tool. That. Whoops. My paintbrush back. Something like that. Alright. Take my roads out. Alright, let's get around that. Turned out pretty good. Darn it. This is kind of a quote-unquote swampy area right in through here. There's a lot of different variation of brush and foliage to it. This is a big meadow. This is a tree. A bunch of different trees in this spot. Forested area right there, which has a lot of pines. Just have some clarity of what's going on. Whoops. Come on. Okay, let's go back to... I know I'm jumping around all over the place. I'm just kind of getting a feel for that. I don't want to take a lot of this detail out, because I know what's there. So there's a tree area in here. It's got a lot of smaller trees just off that forested area, which has a lot of pines. This is one of the farm areas. This has a sheep pen. There's a shed right here. There's a house here. Oh, darn it. How big is that? Let's take it down a notch. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Got to have patience with this stuff, that's for sure. Let's see here. So that's got some trees there. Let's see if we can flood fill that. Yeah, that's not bad. That'll work. We can clean that up. Flood fill that. That's pretty decent. Okay. This is a pretty straight edge there, so let me get the clone tool. Clean up this map or the field edge. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. Alright. Try to get a little pixel there, and it just goes a little too far. shabby. Okay, that'll work. I was getting a little bit curious, I guess, as far as to see this in the game. I know I am. Starting to get really anxious, but I'm trying not to rush this too much either. Have to have patience. Oh, darn it. One in there we go. Okay, that's another farm area there. Oh my goodness. If I like that or not. Let me turn down. Oh, it's a little bit. Okay, there we go. Alright, that should work. This is one of the 11 pre. I don't want to put it as far as the pre-placed farms that are already set up. I guess as far as for you to buy. This one here, if I remember, this is the Allen farm. We do have NPCs that do own these at first. As Blair determines whether or not they want to buy it. Okay. Now, there's a dirt road that comes all the way off of this one here. I need to fill that in, it looks like. Let's go down one tick. Oop, let's go down one more tick. A little too wide. Just a really narrow dirt road that comes off of this one here. Something like that. That'll work. Oh, just gotta change my color back. Hey, when it happens. Try not to get too picky about this. It's hard not to. You just want it to look good. Maybe just get to the point where that's enough is enough. Okay, so that over here. That's pretty decent. That's a waterway. I want to get to that at some point too. I want to get the waterway painted in. So it's looking like there's a lot of more work than I was thinking was going to be done in the interior of the map. I'll probably save doing that. I want to get into doing the waterways for sure. Okay, I think we got the bulk. There's still some more work I need to do on the interior of the map for sure. But what I want to do is do something with these waterways. Okay, let's see here. So, what I want to do is grab my magic wand. Let's turn the tolerance up just a little bit more. That's too much. Yeah, might have to do this in pieces maybe. Let's see here. That's a little more. That's a little more. Getting there. Okay. Okay, maybe I was just selecting the wrong deal. Okay, that's definitely too much. Bring it back down. Yeah, I might have to do this in piecemeal here. Hoping not to have to do that. Hoping not to. Yeah, see, that's too much. Darn it. Oh, there we go. Actually, it's including a little too much there. Let me turn it down just a little bit more. Oh. Did that. My goodness. Alright, let me copy that. It's in a new layer. Okay. This place over here. And I'm going to try and chunk out what I don't need from that. That's pretty good. Alrighty then, let's turn this one off. And I can chunk out what I don't need. I'm trying to isolate just the waterway itself. I see why it included that, okay. We can chunk this off here. There's that part. Ready? So all of this, a lot over here I don't need. Don't know why I included a lot of that, because most of the color I did was that brown color. That's kind of interesting that it even included a lot of that stuff there. Alright, let's see if we can chunk this off though. Let's see if we can chunk it off. Want just the waterway. Get rid of all that. That's not too bad. Clean that up a little bit more though. You know what? I do have an eraser tool as well. That'll work. Ooh, hold on. Now, don't think there's water over in this part. This is like a swampy area right here. This is where it starts to creep going. Okay, so some of that I will need. Okay. See, how do I cut this off now? Another thing I could do, go back to our map here. Let me try this. Let me entertain this for a second. So I should be able to take this out. I'm done with that. And let me go to our water. There's our waterways. So that's our main water plane. We're gonna crank the clip distance up on this. This is what we get here. Gotta do squat. Bummer. Okay. Alright, so I didn't do what I was hoping. Let's see if we can get up on the Y. Probably maybe just exaggerate it for the purpose of... Wow, that's not even working. What? Holy mackerel. Okay. Another approach I could probably take... Let me go over this at 57. Is much the same that I was showing like I did for the trees. Let's bring it up a little. We could do like this, and we can highlight it, put the plane behind it so that we can actually get all this waterway. That might work. Okay, I might try that. Alright, so what did I put this one at? So that was at 80. This one at 80. Okay. I'm just going to over-exaggerate these just as far as just for the sake of being able to highlight it and isolate it. Should be over here. Okay. Now if I highlight this, now we got all of our waterways showing. So we're missing those, right? Go into this, we need this. Oh, I see how I did that one. Okay. So. Okay, that'd work. I'm only doing this for the purpose of being able to highlight that and isolate that, I guess, as far as to be able to... It'll make sense here in a second as far as the method of my madness. At least hopefully. That pond water, that was actually good. There, now we got all of our waterways completely highlighted. Now what I'll do is I'll add a plane. I'll highlight that, we'll do a create primitives plane. And we'll do much the same as we did like I was showing for the trees earlier. Scale this up to 4096. 46. That should be the size of our map, and then we'll bring it up. I think we ended up bringing up like 80. There we go. Nice, and then we should be able to highlight the water. Ooh, okay, we gotta bring that down a little bit. Gotta bring it down a little bit. Yeah, so we got those pretty much at the same level as that, so we can take it down to like 75 maybe. Just underneath water. There we go. That's actually not too bad. So what I'll do, take a snippet of this. Bear with me a second. Okay, now we got that. Copy that. And paste that into our paint program. This might be a better approach to get our waterways in here. So we'll paste that as a new image. Probably don't need. Yeah, one of these was from earlier. I don't think I need that though. That was how I did the trees, which I'll probably end up redoing that. I don't need any of this. At least for now. That one, and I don't need this one. Gotta close some of these out here. Alright. Well, on this one, now that I've got this black background to it, I should be able to isolate that. Let's check our image. Holy crap. Ouch. Let me re-snip that. I don't like that offset there. Let me redo that for a second. Close that one. Let's go back in here. Let me try and redo this. Snipping tool. Let me try this again. We'll go a little bit further. Like that, okay. So I'm gonna do copy that. That into our paint program. Alright, that should be good. Now let me see if I can crop this now. Alright, let's see how we did there. Image. That's not too bad, so we're still a little too tall. Problem is, I don't have any means to. Alright, let me try a different approach. So I'm gonna leave it like that, but what I'll do. Let's turn that down. Just want the black area out. Why is that feathering? Well, I know why it's doing that. Okay. It should be fine. Oops, I gotta turn this. Oh, wait, hold on. Missed a step. So I gotta go create this layer. I'm gonna try that. There we go. So basically, all I'm trying to do is just isolate where that water is. So I think this might work. We're gonna be able to recolor this. Hopefully, at least, anyway. That is the hope. Based on this shape, we'll be able to just recolor this. Damn, okay. At least that's what we're going to try to do. I think this will work. Clean out all the stuff that we don't need. Okay, now that we got that, let me try something here real quick. So if we do a copy, Alright, we were only a couple pixels off in one direction, so let's do an image resize. And turn this off. We're going to do 2048 by 2048. See what this does. Alright, so now if we take this, in case this has a layer, I'm going to get rid of this guy. Turn our map back on for a second. And paste this as a new layer. Oh, look at that. I don't think I could have done it any better if I wanted to. Yeah, baby. Okay. I like that. That lined up almost perfectly. Sweet. Alright, so what we'll do, now that we know that that fits, let me take this out for now. That turned out marvelously. Okay, so what we want to do is actually color this a different color. So let's try this way. We're gonna go colorize, and we're gonna find a bluish color. That's what I kind of wondering too. So it's still including the mesh in there, so we'll probably have to clean it up a little bit. Saturate. Kind of liking that a little bit. Okay. Here's merge, visible. Not a bad start. A little bit different, I guess, as far as in this blue that I was saying I didn't want to make it the same. Okay, so what we'll do is we can kind of clean this up now. Process of flood and brush. Oh, get the right color here first. Hey, dummy. There we go. You can just kind of paint this in. Make our brush a little bigger. That works a little better. I just want to fill in all that black. As far as that was the mesh that it was, when we highlighted the actual water planes, it was showing all the edges for that model piece, I guess, as far as for the water plane. We want to fill all that in. We don't want that. At least for what we're trying to do here, anyway. Now we can go combination of just using the brush and flood fill. Either way, if we go to the bucket and let's turn our tolerance up a little bit more, we can kind of flood it in this way too. Turn our tolerance up. So combination of the two should get that filled in. I think the brush works a little bit better actually. Yeah, I think the brush works a little better. Now, I'm going to add just some contrast behind there so that I don't paint too far past, I guess, as far as that natural edge. I'm just going to add a layer, put that underneath this, and let's make it black. Oh shoot, whoops, wrong color. There we go. I just want to contrast that, so if I do tend to go past that natural edge with the blue, oh no, feel like that. If I get too carried away going over the edge of that natural edge of the model water plane, I don't know. Just a contrast layer, that's all it is. Appreciate everybody stopping in, I guess, as far as check and see what we got going on here with the map development for the Dairyland 4X for Farming Simulator 22. We are currently in the progress of adding details to the PDA for the map. And at some point here, we are going to be getting into the game and actually test it out and see how the PDA looks. We're to that point, I guess, as far as of finalization and progress and such for the build of the map. Already all the other quirks and problems that we had, maybe somewhat resolved, and it's good to be at this point, I guess, as far as to, whoops, I got a little bit carried away at that edge. Just a huge feels good man. Now, there's a couple of different ways I could go about it besides the way I'm doing it, but I think both ways are going to take pretty much just as long. So, this is not terrible, but the fact that I think this was the best approach I could think of, I guess, as far as to get the water plane, I guess, as far as highlighted out. So once I get this all filled in, be able to overlay that. We already came to find, I guess, as far as this layer that we've created here for our water plane lines up nicely with our PDA. So now that we know that, we're just kind of taking the approach, I guess, as far as to clean it up, make it look nice. So once we bring it in as a layer to our other layers of the PDA, then see how she looks then. Got these little spurs off the end of that. Might clean that up here. Let me get my eraser. Where's my eraser? There it is. That'll work. Now what might look even nicer is if I adjust the opacity. When we get to that point, we'll see how this works out. I might be able to adjust the opacity of this to give it like some transparency to this water plane. So we can have some of that riverbed, I guess, as far as to show through. But still have some of that blue. Whoops, you can see I got a little carried away there. That's why I added that contrast layer, I guess, as far as to make sure that I don't get too far out of that natural edge. Cool. Yeah, this is going pretty smoothly, I feel. Could be a lot worse, that's for sure. Yeah, the way I was going about it initially, just as far as to do a magic wand to capture all of this brown area, it wasn't working out as well as I would like it to, so I figured this was the next best way. That's kind of the same approach that it took with the trees, as much the same approach I'm doing with this water plane. Seems very tedious, but in all actuality, it's really not. It's actually moving along pretty swiftly. I'm not all about just like, you know, click and done, because even some of those processes, they do create the necessity, I guess, as far as to still clean up any, you know, just anomalies or artifacting, I guess, as far as of certain things. So it's not always perfect, I guess, as far as to have a quick click and done type of approach. I find myself constantly, I guess, as far as even with those really what seem to be and claim to be, I guess, as far as processes, I guess, as far as to do things, I always find that they're not. And it's not so much my OCD just getting the better of me. Maybe sometimes, but it's more the fact that these quick procedures, I guess, as far as to do 2 clicks and done type of approach, aren't always what they say. Still, I don't know, from a content creator type of perspective of things, as far as when you're creating items, I take a little bit more pride in my work, I guess, as far as, I mean, it's always nice to have those quick steps, I guess, as far as to get through the bulk, I guess, as far as what needs to be done, but not to just call it good, I guess, as far as completely. I don't think there's any process, I guess, as far as that, you two clicks and you're completely done. Yeah, this is going along pretty good, so I'm going to get this out of here. That was what was left of the gizmo. So I do have to paint a lot of this in, which it shouldn't be too bad. Let's get this straight. We got to paint a lot of this in, so the contours there, just got to fill it in, is all. Oop, yeah, don't get too carried away. Yeah, there's some really narrow section of this water plane, especially on this creek that runs diagonally north to south to the map. Okay. So this is one of those areas that's kind of doesn't have as much water in it. Doesn't mean it doesn't need to be filled in though. Alright, we're closing in. We're over 3 hours. Holy mackerel. Appreciate everybody that has stuck around, I guess, as far as even if you are in the lurking capacity. We're getting that much closer, I guess, as far as to be able to test this out in the game though. But do feel free to stick around for that. I get a huge sense of accomplishment, I guess, as far as when we're able to do that. Okay. What did we do there? Nice. Alright. There you have it. There's our water plane. Now what we should be able to do, copy that and paste this into our PDA as a new layer. And there you go. There's our water. Now, what I was thinking, it might even look even more sweet, is if we turn the opacity down for this, like so, to have that the bed of that, the river bed and such, as far as to show through. That looks pretty freaking sick. If I do say so myself. Yeah, I like that a lot. All right, so let's go ahead and rename this to water. That went, yeah, that actually turned out really super duper nice. That went a little bit quicker than I thought it would. So now that we've got a majority of this progress done on this, I'm gonna go ahead and save this as a template. So we got save as, save this. And I think what I'm gonna do here, folks, is take a short little recess, I guess, as far as to just kind of stretch and with a bio break and so on. I need to refresh my drink. Alright, that's PSD, cool. And we'll get back to this here momentarily. We'll stick around. We'll be right back in a few. We'll get right back at it. See you in a bit, folks. Walk right through us. He's actually pushing our truck. Check this out. Mr. Bonjour is actually pushing our truck. Oh God! Oh God! Mr. Bonjour, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're totally in his way, I guess. Did you see that? This guy's He-Man or something. That's crazy. That is super duper crazy. I've never seen any brute strength like that before. We're driving down this river though. Right? Just like that song, I'm on a boat. I'm on the effing boat. Just get a better look at these packs of trucks or whatever, just maneuvering themselves around. This car roster that I've got set up here, it's got a mix between the default 2015 trucks and some league trucks. Some of them you might notice, I guess, from around the online racing community. These aren't rated either. That's probably another fair mention too, that these trucks that I'm racing with, they're not rated at all. Oh my goodness. What the heck happened there? What the heck did I run over? Wow. What in the heck did I just run over there? Shit. I'm gonna get a fucking gun before I do. I got her because she can get me for the front pan. And I'm gonna take your pan, bitch. Use that right away. Woo! That's a tight turn. Oh my goodness. Oh. Did you see that save? That we run into like we just did. Oh my goodness. Oh, I should have known he was going to turn too. Ah, that's rough. Alright, so at least everything's right here, it looks like. Oh my, that hurt. I think I got a little bit of whiplash on that one. Ayya caramba. I just feel we make much more money, I guess, as far as selling the cannabis and the maple syrup. Just to be fair. And now that we got this bunker set up from our smoking buddy, just oh crap, no. That dang ditch gets me almost every time. It just barely catches you. That's some the good memories there in Mamba Zoo, that's for sure. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, I guess, as far as the TGB, I guess, as far as what the what's going on with Mamba Zoo. Always have fun in that game. One of at least a couple games here we'd like to play here on the channel, to include ATS, Farming Simulator 22 as of recent, and also Mamba Zoo. Alrighty then, where did we leave off here? So we got our water plane in here. Had a kind of an idea for the trees. I want to add a little bit more detail to the trees, like I mentioned earlier. So you can see how kind of blah these are. They're just this kind of green blotches in here. So I want to kind of take somewhat the same approach with this, right? Let's see here. I might be able to do something with what I already have here. Let me take this, copy that out, and paste it as a new image, like so. I'm going to try a couple things here. So this overlay, so changing the opacity kind of gave me an idea. Let's see if we're going to play around with this and see what we can come up with. So if I make this here a little bit darker, let's go layers, adjustment layer, and make this a little bit darker, like so. Alright. I'm going to create maybe like what can be considered like a shadow, I guess, as far as for these to add a little bit more detail to the trees. We'll see how it works. It may not work at all. Right. Alright, so let's take this, copy that, paste into new layer. Alright, let's get this into position. Like so. Then I can take, let's actually put that below, like that. Oop, we're a little bit off yet. So this layer has to go down. Yeah, I can see that. This is getting in. Okay. Yep. Let's take that. Oh, I didn't even notice that either. Shoot. That's actually getting into the waterway. That's not supposed to be like that. Not supposed to be like that. Is that the way it actually is here? Okay, we can take this plane out. And go to trees. Is that actually getting into that waterway? Like, no, it's not. Definitely is not. Okay, so I might have to redo these trees altogether because I don't think that's scaled properly. How do I look at this? There are definitely some areas that, see how this is going into the water? Shouldn't be doing that. There are some areas that are correct, not everything. So I might go ahead and just try and redo these trees, tree layer, but just to get an idea of what we're trying to accomplish here. Proof of concept. Let's change the opacity of this layer. Yeah, that's not quite what I was looking for. Oh, okay. So that may not work the way I was hoping. I might have to. I'm going to redo this tree layer altogether. Yeah. This is not lining up the way it should be. Oops, I meant to delete that whole layer. Let's do that. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and close this out. Don't need that. So our waterway turned out pretty good. We can close this now. All good to go on that. Anything we need to edit, you can just do right in this this template. Yeah, this has turned out pretty good so far. So I think if we redo these trees, I probably shouldn't have closed that one I did earlier there. That might have been better, but no problem. We'll go ahead and go through the same motions here. Okay, so we need to get out of that for a second. Let's go to create primitives. So I should have left that plane in there, I guess, huh? Oh well. It's not like it's that hard to have to create one. Not that hard at all. 4096. Okay, and then we need to move it up to 80. Something like that. And then if we highlight the trees, like so. Okay. Alright, so we're going to take the same approach we did with the water plane. We'll go snipping tool. Okay, now we got that. Now we can do copy. And paste it into our paint program. Alrighty. Now we got to get this sized properly. 642. Okay, so we're too wide. Okay, that's to be expected. We'll go this way. Let's zoom it in. Make it easier on ourselves, right? Alright, let's see how we did there. So image. Hey, look at that. 624 by 624. I don't think I could have got that any better if I wanted to. Alright, cool. So from here, I'm gonna take the approach. Let's do new image. Make another one, same size, 624 by 624. Alright, make that nice and blank. And then we'll take this color that we don't want to keep. I like that. Put them both in our color swath. Okay. And take this, do a copy. Edit paste as transparent. Okay. That's step one. Alright, now get the rest of that out of there. So let's make another layer that's empty. Okay, take this one. Now we gotta choose this color. Copy that from there into this empty layer. Like so. Noish. Wait a minute, I didn't do that right. That's okay. We can delete this one. And I would put that in here. Oh shoot, nope, I definitely didn't do that right. Hold on. Let me try that again. So let's copy that. Make sure we copy this layer into this empty layer. I need that as a transparent selection. There we go. Alright. Nice. Okay, so that should be in this layer now. Oh shoot, why didn't it take that out of there? Alright, that for some reason didn't work. Alright, so let's try this again. Delete that out. Okay, empty layer. Let me reselect that color just to make sure. Need that color. Copy that. Go into this empty layer. Come on now. Edit paste as transparent. Okay, now that should be out of there. Alright, cool. That's what we want. Now I'll make another new layer. Doesn't matter the numbering of them, as long as it's an empty layer. Let's go ahead and turn this one off. Okay, now we've got a copy. We gotta get this color. Now we want to get this color out. There's different shades of black in there because of when we snipped it. Obviously, it has those different shades, so we just need to get those out of there and be able to isolate just the tree highlight. This is working out pretty good in actuality. So let's do copy out of this layer. Alright, go to this layer. Now that we got that color, we'll do a paste and transparent selection. Nice. Now we should be able to turn this layer off, and now all the black is out of there. Awesome sauce. Okay, now we need to take, we can take these two out. Yep, we'll be able to take these two layers out. Don't need those anymore, so this is our filtered out. Oh, we got a little bit more to take out of here. Clean this up just a little bit more. Get nothing more than just the tree highlight. That should work. Get all this out of here. There we go. Now we can resize this to a 2048. Want to maintain. There we go. Now we should be able to take this. Let's confirm whenever we're in the right position. So we're going to turn this one off. In fact, I want to put this layer above that. Okay. That looks better. Yes. Okay, so I'll have to take all these little trees out like we did previously, but that's okay. Go through here and double check and make sure. Actually, I don't think that's quite right either. So it is off just a little bit that way. So needs to go this way, I believe. Something like that. Yep, that's looking about right. That is looking about right. Just taking a look around to see. That's off right here, though. That's gotta go something like that. That's definitely not right. So something's still not scaled right because there's still trees showing up in the road. Alright, so we didn't scale this right. Still. You can see where it's off. It's very noticeable. Yeah, so the fact that I shouldn't have any of these smaller trees up on the border at all. It's definitely not right. Alright, let me try one more thing. I'm going to zoom this out. Let's take this out. Actually, I got it better. Just keep the layer, but I'm going to take that out like that. Alright. Now. Oh, wait a minute. I see what's going on here, I think. Still got a little bit of noise over here. Alright, let me get that out of there. That needs to come out. Yep, yeah, I get a lot of that out of there. I might be throwing it off. Okay. Well, there's some other stuff in here too I need to get out. Okay. No problem. Okay, so I think that's good. Now what I want to do is take... I've used this approach many times before. First, to maintain the orientation of this piece here, we want to create what I always consider some adjustment blocks in the opposing corners here. Make my brush a little smaller. Okay. Yeah, I think this will work out pretty good. Hopefully. This is just... Now, if this still doesn't work, then I'll have to take another snippet, I guess, as far as of that, and start over. Which is not that hard to do. Alright, now that I got these constraints, both opposing corners, I could do it this way as well. It doesn't matter if it's as long as they're opposing corners. Now we can copy that, paste it into our map here, and yeah, I guess I can delete this now that I think of it. Do that, and then we'll do an edit paste. This new layer. Now it should put it in the conformity of the 2048 by 2048. So I shouldn't have to move it around at all. But this will give us a better determination if it's in the right spot, which it still doesn't look like it is. See how much it's off right here? So the tree should be landing there, but also I noticed on this map border, we shouldn't have any of those trees in the map border like that. It's definitely still off. Okay. Alright, so we gotta basically re-snippet this. That did not work out there, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of this. This is no bueno. We had the right approach, but it didn't quite work out. Let me use this one here again. I'm gonna undo our crop. And let's see what we got here. Okay, I think part of the reason why it's doing that, now that I think of this, yeah, I got an idea of why it's so part of why it's doing that is because, oh my goodness, you know, unhighlight that. That was really bogging down. All right, so the 2048 is including the matte border, like what I got here. So because I'm trying to go by this plane, which is the true edge of the map, I need to actually include outside of that boundary. So that plane that I put in there is a 4096, which is the true edge of the border of the map, as far as to not go over that. So I think that's what I'm not taking into consideration when I'm dropping this down. Okay, so with that, I should be able to crop this properly, more properly. Let's do image 642, so we're too wide. So if I go by the 636, that should be pretty good. So we need to crop it down just left and right. Go that way. I want to maintain what I got on both top and bottom, but crop it down left and right. I'm going to split the difference here. Let's try that. Right there. What in the world? That is not what I wanted. Okay, hold on. I did not crop the way I wanted it to. Try that again, shall we? Yeah. Let's do that. Let's see. What did we end up with? Oh, too much. Okay. Way too much. Okay. No problem. Try it again. A little bit of a guessing game, but I think we can get it. Alright, let's try that one. Image. Not bad. So we shaved off about a couple pixels on each side. Trim off a little more. Nibble away at it. I think it might be too much on the right side. Yep. 634, so we did trim off a little too much, right? Try it again. That looks a little better. Let's see what we got. Oh my goodness, that's so close. Okay, I might be able to fudge this. So from here, I'm just going to go image, size. I'm going to turn that off, and we're going to go by the 636. Make it 636 this way. We're going to kind of fudge it a little bit. It's only a pixel off, so that's pretty close. Alright. Alright. Now. Now that we got it to this point, let's new, so 636. Make a new image that is empty. 636. That. Cool. And then processor, we'll grab this color. Okay. Then we'll copy that and paste as transparent selection. Cool. Alrighty then. That's step one. Alright, so this color. New layer, new empty layer. Okay. Then we will copy this. We selected our new color. Pull it into the empty layer and paste that. Transparent selection. Cool. Now we got that. Cool. Turn that one off. Okay, now we'll grab this color. Create a new empty layer. Okay. Copy that into the new empty layer. Paste as transparent selection. Ooh. And now we got that. Alright, cool. So we can shut that one off. So we're back to square one. Alrighty then. So I'm gonna leave this border in there and just see how it ends up here. See how that works. I got some more cleanup I still gotta do here. Gotta get their gizmo out of here. There. A little bit more there. Whoops. Go. And we need to get that part out of there. That's a little bit of cleanup, not too bad though. Nice. Okay. Now what we can do is image resize this to 2048. And we're going to maintain. Voila. Now we can take this and paste it into here. We're going to get rid of this layer. Need that. And paste this as a new layer. Alright, let's see how we did there. Still looks like it's a tad bit off. So you can one way I know this is because we got trees that are showing up in our roadway. It's definitely shifted too far to the right. We didn't quite crop that down. So it looks like it's mostly to the right, but also a little bit up and down too on the vertical. Yep, it's definitely way off there. So these highlighted trees there should be pretty much follow the contour, I guess, as far as of that forest area, I guess, as far as that ground. Yeah, so it's still not right. Let's see if we can line this up manually. Let's see. Try it this way. Oh my goodness. Just trying to eyeball it, I guess, as far as at this point. Okay, that looks good there. Yeah, see, so the fact that we get some of these trees that are showing on the road, that's definitely not good. Yeah, this is not good. Okay. Yeah, see how we got all the trees that are showing up in the road? That's not right. That is not right. So we're not scaling this properly. Scaling or cropping it. Scaling it or cropping it properly. This is first to get it where it needs to be. What I could do. Let me try that. So let's do a deformation. Let's try this. So I got a rough idea, I guess, as far as where those trees are needing to be. I'm gonna try and fudge it. The only problem is, I'm not gonna do this, so I'm gonna have to do this a little bit at a time. Yeah. I think if we can get the trees lined up in these bigger areas, I guess as far as, you know, properly, as far as you can see the outline, I guess as far as where they should land. And I think if we can get those all lined up, I think we should be okay. Let's do another deformation and go in this direction. Okay. Another deformation, and we'll go in this direction. Yeah, a bit more. Whoop, let's not get too carried away. What? Nothing. Something like that, and we'll also go to the north. Something like that. This one's way off over here. Oh, mackerel. Yeah, so there's plenty of areas that are still like way off, like in here. And over here, that's way off. Ooh. Wow, Okay. Yeah, see, this is definitely way off here. Some of these areas, though, are definitely in the right spot. There's got to be another way, another approach I can take, I guess, as far as to get the proper amount of buffer between. Yeah, there's got to be a way for that. Thank you. I got to rethink of how I get this here for the. So our waterway turned out pretty good. That lined up perfectly by being able to snip that. So I guess I want to get it. Hopefully, it gets as far as the same fashion it gets as far as for our trees, our tree layer. Oh, boiler. Yeah. So the fact that this lines up here pretty good, but yet there's plenty of areas that do not. I feel like if I continue to stretch it, and you know, in the upward direction, that's going to throw this off. It's not good. So yeah, let me show. If we continue to stretch this way, for example. Okay, maybe we can get away with that. Hold on. Let's see here. Oops, wrong way. Let's just see here. Okay, so something like that. That's not too bad. Okay, maybe we can make this work. So the main places I'm looking at is those areas that were off like that. I'm just applying the deformation to it. Seems to be lining it up pretty decently. I'm going to be getting out these little trees. I don't think I want to include that in the PDA because that's not really necessary. Okay, I think that's actually going to work. That lines up, seems to line up pretty good actually. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll go with this. We'll try this out. So I'll clean this up. Let me go ahead and remove this layer. And we'll rename this one to trees. Like so. Okay. And yep, let's just clean them out, I guess, as far as like we did previously, I guess, as far as to get these little trees out of here. So yeah, while we're in this layer, let's go ahead and chunk this all out. Like so. I'm gonna get too carried away with this. Okay, that'll work. I'm gonna leave that bunch right there. Yeah, I think this will work. I still want to try and apply a little bit more detail to these trees. So we'll try to do that a couple different ways. So I might be able to add. I got some ideas anyway. We'll deal with those in here in a second. Clean these out a little bit better. Let's see, point to point. Clean these out like this. There we go. I just don't want to have any hacked off trees. You can definitely see that line where I cut it. That looks like poo-poo. I was going to do this in that other layer prior to getting to this point. Okay. Oh, got a little bit here. Get out of there. Alrighty then. Let's get around this part. There we go. I do got some roads I gotta repaint. These dirt roads need to be repainted in pretty badly. Yeah. Some of these are looking pretty rough right through here. But at least gives you an indication as far as where some of those roads are. Alright, what's really nice, I guess, as far as with having this in its own layer, is I can just kind of chunk this out in its own layer like so. Nice. Keep what I want, get rid of what I don't need. Okay, I think this might have to go a little bit more that way. Yeah, thinking that's a little bit off here. Let's go back to the trees layer. Let's do a deformation. Let's shoot it this way just a little more. Oh, too much. Oh, maybe not. I'm like about that. Okay, just check the rest of it. Oh, I think we're still good. Nice. Alright, cool. Yeah. I think that'll work. Okay, now let me go ahead and resave this. I'll save this. That progress. That way, if something else goes terribly wrong, I guess if I was beyond this point, I got something to fall back on. Okay, so now what I want to do. I still have. Yes, I do. Let me go ahead and take out this border. It's just for this one here, and I'm going to create a new alignment block, I guess, as far as for this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm in the tree. Make sure. So what I'm doing is taking out that border that we had for the tree layer. I don't need that. I'm going to readjust the alignment block for that, so any other additional layers that I create for this is going to line up properly. Okay, so now we need to do put an alignment block let me try something real quick first. So if I let's do a copy of this. May not need to do that. Paste as a new image. Yeah, yes I do. Right. I just had to confirm whether or not it's gonna. This is gonna create an image that is not what it needs to be. Holy mackerel, okay. Alright, anyway, just had to confirm that. Close that. I do need to put some alignment blocks in here. So, try. I'm gonna try the lines here. Let's do one. An alignment block. There. What in the world? Hold on. Zoom in on that, Fluffy. Okay, this should work. Okay, and we'll fill that in. Okay, there's that corner. This is just to ensure that any additional layers that I create for this, to add some more detail to it, it's going to line up this one here. Because if I don't, you can see when I pulled that layer out by itself, it's definitely not a 2048 by 2048, which is what we needed to put that tree layer as far as in the proper position on our map. Okay, so go to line. Zoom in on that. Who's possessed by an owl? What are you talking there, Smoodalini? What's going on? Who'll be possessed by an owl? Okay, I think that should work. Alright, let's see what that gives us there. So if we pull this layer out, and that gives us a... Ooh, so we're 1 pixel off. God dang it. Alright, so I need to fix probably that other corner. That's close. That is what helps us determine if we've got the alignment blocks set correctly, which we obviously do not. Off by 1 pixel. Alright, so let's redo this corner. And I think what I'll do is just shave this off on this edge. Seems like it's me making owl noises and things, going all who. What are you talking about there? I'm doing no such thing. Okay, let's try that one out. Let's see. Image. Now we should get this. Hopefully, got this right. Perfect. 2048 by 2048. Awesome. Alright, now while I got this one out, I'm going to apply a different filter to this one here. Question is, which one do we want to apply? Okay. I want to add like a shadowing layer of some sort. Excuse me. Pardon me, folks. Need a drink. We are a better part of 4 hours in, so I did have to replenish my drink on the little break, so yeah. Cheers. Okay, so what I want to do is apply some type of layer to this. Let's see. Alright, just trying to think on what direction I want to go with this. So, if we do... try some different effects here. Doo-doo. There's going to be anything in this. No. Oh wow, that might give us a pretty decent result. Or maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna play around with that a little bit and see. Alright, so. Okay. Ooh, that's interesting right there. Okay. Okay. Bear with me, folks. This is kind of the mind at work here, gets as far as just get me kind of a look I'm going for here. I got some more stuff I gotta clean out of this, though. I just noticed. What do I got over here? I gotta clean some of this out. This is not supposed to be in here. That nonsense out of there. Alright, I got all the junk out of there. Once again. Now, let's, I'm also thinking I want to put like a texture effect onto this, possibly. Let's take out our texture effects. Let's see here. Ooh, that looks interesting. Okay. Add a little bit more transparency to it. And maybe less. That makes it darker, so... Huh. Okay. Do-do-do-do. Oh, that definitely makes it darker. Okay, let's go back this way. I don't see that doing anything. Okay. I don't know what's with those lines it's putting in there. That's not cool. Transparency doesn't seem to do squat. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I guess we want to have this up a little higher. Alright. I might have to bring the length back down. Okay. We can probably add to this as well. So if we go back into our texture effects, so that was fur. Let's try. I don't really have one for hair, so fur is probably the closest that I got. Try soft plastic. Ooh, that's interesting. That is a really interesting effect. Okay. Huh? That's a flare. Maybe if I add a little bit. Huh. Let's say a little. Check out the custom presets. No. No. Okay. got some really funky effects on these. Okay, so that soft plastic's probably not one we want to go with. What else we got? You know what? Does this have any custom? Nope. So there's no custom ones. Okay, never mind that. Never mind. Straw wall. Okay, let's try this out. This one has some presets. Oop, we gotta do this. Oh, okay. 2, 3. Oh wow. 4. Oh. 5. Ooh. You know, if the size of these weren't so big, let's try just taking this down. Okay. That down. Okay, that's not quite what we're looking for either. Okay. Just trying some different things out just to see what kind of effect we can come up with here. Plastic sculpture, sandstone, polished stone, tiles, weave. Try this one. Do we have any presets? We do not. Okay. Most of these, sometimes these texture effects, as far as with that have presets, and as far as custom presets, that doesn't work out. Alright, so, alright, I might play around with those a little later. Alright, we'll go with this, and then I'll actually make this a little darker. Let's see, so if we go layers, this one layer. This a little bit darker, like so. Okay, and we'll do layers, merge, visible, and we'll copy that, and let's paste that. Yeah, I don't need this one anymore. Pull that one out. Paste. Okay, now. See what we got here. What in the heck happened there? Hold on. Okay. Oh, we good. Alright, we're gonna turn on the opacity of this one. I gotta turn this one down. There we go. Yeah, it's just adding a little bit more depth to the trees is all. So I'll probably play around with this a little bit more, but that's a pretty decent start. Let me relabel these as, I'll do trees 1. And I'll make this one trees 2. Just for my clarity and my layers. Okay. I don't dislike that though. I may not like them quite that bright. I might have to tone them down still a little bit more. Let's see here. Kind of like them more like that, so I might actually put this below this and tone this one down. Like so. Yeah, something like that. Cool. What do y'all think? Y'all be the judge. I think that looks pretty spectacular to me. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Happy with that. turn out. So that'll be our new template there. Cool. Now what we can do is actually file this into one image. Okay. And so that's a potential there for our overview for our map. Right there. Let's do a layers, merge all, flatten. Come on now. Okay, and then we'll save this as a yes. Yep, and we can just save it as overview. Now I don't remember if the overview has bitmaps or not. I think it does. Pretty sure it does. I'll save it here and I'll be able to check it in the map itself. This is outside of the map. Okay, so we want to do DTX1, generate maps. Okay, that's going to take a bit for it to compile. Which it should show up right here. Once this gets some size to it, there it is. Okay, so there's our DDS. Let me confirm if our overview needs to have bitmaps. So let's go on the one that we currently have in the map here, which is right there. And it does have bitmaps. Okay, well here's our previous version prior to all the adjustments that we made today. Okay, and it does have bitmaps, so I just want to confirm that. I think I did that right. Now what I can do, now that that's confirmed, is I can take that one we just created right here, cut that out, and put it right into our map. Yep. Refresh that. And then all I have to do is just bring that over to our map. Let's get this tested out. What do y'all think? I think it's about that time. Alright, let me switch this over. I'll get this moved over to the map, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay. Oh, shoot. You know what? I forgot to turn on un momento. Dadgummit. Got to turn on my alarm there. Hold on. Hold, please. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. So here's our mods folder. There's our unzipped map, and we need to get that new overview that we just created over into here. Oops. What are you doing there, OBS? Okay. Fighting me there for a second. Alright, so that is where that's at. So we need to go into here and copy what we just made today for the better part of 4 hours. Copy this here over to our mod map folder in here. Oops. And replace the one that's already in there. Sweet. Alright, so we got everything that we need. Now I do have some other edits and updates that I made prior to the start of stream. That was the main focus, I guess, as far as was getting the PDA done. So it's not by any means, I guess, as far as to be considered done. We're going to test this out and see what still needs to be adjusted, and just kind of go from there. Alright, so we ready to go into the game? I know I am. Y'all been waiting very patiently, I guess, as far as and I appreciate that, and we're going to get this going. Alright, we got to make sure I check a couple things before we go into the game. So I am set up on Farm Sim 22. I'm not going to be using the wheel. I just always like to make sure that it's set up on that profile. Otherwise some wonky things tend to like to happen. So, alright. Let's load it up. This will be our first look of our freshly created new PDA, I guess, as far as in the game. We're going to go through a new career, new save game, new career, new farmer. Select our map. So eventually, the next thing that's going to be worked on is the map preview. This is just a placeholder, only a placeholder, but so we'll have a nice, nice preview, I guess, as far as the map, as far as map selection. All right, let's just load it up. All right, let's check our error log so to make sure that we don't have any errors. Always want to check that out. Now, we do have the one warning there that has been there, I guess, as far as since we started work on the map, as far as when you, for whatever reason, as far as when you edit the default mechanics, I guess, as far as for animal food, the Giants engine does not like that. So, that's the only warning. Everything works, has been tested out, play tested out, I guess, as far as it worked just fine. We had the same warning that presented itself in the 19 version of the map as well. So, alright, so as you can see, it's a otherwise clean log, other than that one warning, as far as on map startup. So let's get right to it. Let's go ahead and turn off the background music so we can get some game sounds going. Turn that off for a second. So let's confirm our character. And let me I gotta turn my volumes up here a little bit. Y'all might have some decent sounds. I need to turn mine up. Okay. That's better. Alright, cool. Alright, so a lot of work has been done, I guess, as far as for ambient sounds, I guess, around the map as well. Just to kind of make it feel more like it should. Alright, so first thing I want to do before I get too carried away is I want to turn off autosave. Don't need this saving, it's as far as while we're testing this out. Alright, so we can see the PDA is already loading in at the bottom left of the screen. So if we load this up bigger, like so, there's our map PDA. Nice, so you can see all of our definitions, I guess, as far as for the field. Got our trees. That is looking phenomenal. I like it. Okay, so that's that view. Now, if we also look at it from this perspective, let's go into the escape menu and look at it from this way. I am not disliking it. So I'll probably do a little bit more work, I guess, as far as on the trees, just to make those look a little bit better. But what I want to test next is as far as to see when we put ourselves on a road, we're going to these different areas, how well that lines up. So far, for the most part, everything seems to be lining up beautifully. So what I was talking about earlier, see how it adds the overlay, I guess, as far as over the field. So that dirt layer that's on there, as far as on our PDA, our overview image, is kind of covered anyway. So as you go to any of these different modes, see how it has that overlay to it. So it's lining up with our fields pretty nicely, actually. What I'm looking at, as far as you can't see any of that dirt, and that's what I was hoping for, I guess, as far as not see any of that dirt that outlines our fields on our map overview. We want to be able to see this overlay, I guess, as far as for the different items, I guess, as far as that actually are over the field. Yep, so very minimal stones. There's all that for soil composition. I do have precision farming loaded up in here, just in case anybody was wondering. But yeah, that's looking pretty good. It almost feels like trees are kind of going over into the water there. I'll have to check some of those areas to make sure. There might be some more adjustment that we need to make like that, I guess, as far as just to make sure that everything is lining up the way it needs to be. Yeah, so there's some bushes along this one there, that looks good. There's our racetrack. We can spawn over to some of these areas too. Check this out. So what I was mentioning earlier in the stream, I guess, as far as the accessibility of this track, is you got a couple different ways to get in here. You can either, if you got a vehicle, I guess, as far as in this climb the wall, there's one. You also have the means to use these boards, get in and out, and these are movable. And the way these work is if you move these, wherever you move them, and you save the map, they'll stay there. So they'll be there when you come into the map again, as far as after you save it, they'll be in the same spot that you put them. So we don't have this purchased, so we don't have the ability to open it. So if we were to purchase this, we have the access gates. Let me do that real quick. We'll just cheat this in here. Pretend we have enough money, I guess, as far as to buy this. Always have fun playtesting these things. Let's I'll give myself $500,000. That's good. Or $400,000. That works too. That should be enough to be able to buy this. So you not only buy the land itself, but also this facility. Racetrack. So if we go back into here, I can zoom in. I might clean this up a little bit more too. I can see there's. We can kind of probably clean that up a little bit more. There's a little bit of roughness, I guess, as far as around there, but you kind of get the idea as far as we're right here at the racetrack, right at the gate. So that's cool. That seems to line up pretty good. Go ahead and buy this though. Farmland. Go to buy this plot of land. $320,208. Let's go ahead and buy it. And now that we have it purchased, we'll actually be able to open this gate. And they're individual gates. You can see all the boards are movable. They are a little bit wonky. I've worked on a little bit, I guess, as far as to get these to not behave like this, as far as to stand up in midair like this, but they can be adjusted like so. You can see they got a little bit of wonkiness, I guess, as far as with their collision properties. But they are totally capable of being picked up. So this gives you access into the track this way. So depending on what types of vehicles you want to bring into the facility, you have this method, climb over the wall, or you can use these boards and line these up on the other side of the wall and get over the wall that way. So more than one way, I guess, as far as to be able to get into the facility. So there's that. Let's get ourselves a vehicle, and we'll kind of drive around and see what the rest of it looks like. Let's go into the store, and let's get this guy. So that was something else that has been adjusted since our last playtest, is how the vehicles will spawn into the store spot. You know, as far as into the store, to be able to minimize. We had some issues, I guess, as far as where they were just kind of dropping down. So, and some mods that we were loading up in here were spazzing out because it was either too high or too low. So I think I found a nice middle ground, I guess, as far as where everything loads in where it doesn't do that. So, but it is a totally custom spot, which is an area in the map, I guess, as far as it's right next to the store, as far as the vehicle repair shop. And I thought that was kind of, that was pretty legitimate, I guess, as far as to do it that way. Let's go ahead and buy this guy, though. I don't want to buy it, I just want to lease it. Let's buy it. That's fine. We got enough money. Okay, now let's go and drive around. Drive around and see how she looks. Let's turn that off, though. I'm paying particular attention. Let me open it up this way. We'll leave this up here just to kind of get an idea of how this all lines up. So you can see our guy is going right towards the pull-out currently. So probably more what I'll do is probably go into the escape menu and actually look at where we're at on the map. Over here by the barge. PD actually turned out pretty good. There's some cleanups that we need to do, but alright, so we're right here at the barge. This, that, and let's go into this view. So if we come over here by the barge, which is right over here, and you can see that's exactly where we're at. Now, what I'm noticing right off the bat is what's not loading in is the dock itself. The fact that we're on the dock, but it actually shows that we're on the water. That obviously off. So I'm noticing the trees are kind of off here too. They shouldn't be that far in the water. So we do have some adjustments still to do, I believe. Okay. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to play test this out to see how we're doing. Alright, so let's get out of that. So yeah, these trees should definitely not be hanging over in the water. So we still got a little bit of an issue, I guess, as far as with all the trees are. So they are close to the water's edge, but they're not quite that close. So here's the water's edge. It'd be right about there. We can hear the woodpeckers. Yep, so that's one of the custom ambient sounds, I guess, as far as we get around the map. So whenever you're in a wooded area, you'll hear the woodpeckers. But yeah, you can see how close the trees are to the water's edge. They shouldn't be necessarily that close. Let me get myself right here. Kind of gauge this a little bit. We go over here. We are kind of under the trees. That might not be all that incorrect, actually. We're standing here under the tree. And you can see we're actually under a tree. So that may not be all that incorrect, actually. Okay. That's why we're testing things out. Oh, you hear the dogs barking too. That's another custom ambient sound. I've been playing around with those, I guess, as far as to get some different sounds other than what we normally hear, I guess, as far as in maps, like in the default maps. So these trees over here are not accessible. I gotta, before I get too far, you can not purchase those. These are the areas that are not purchasable. I had considered, I guess, as far as to make that, the one big concern that I had, I guess, as far as with making that purchasable, is having it too close to the water. You wouldn't be able to do all that much with it anyway. As far as terraforming, as far as in the build mode, being the size of the area. This is the original map edge, for those that do remember, I guess, as far as the standard size map in FS19. So I maintain, I guess, as far as a lot of that layout, I guess, as far as it was previously. It's just got the different trees that are more compliant to 22. That's about the only difference. So on the other side of that, you can definitely purchase all that land, right? And just here in between the water and say this side of the water, and yep, so yeah. So not every area of the map, and that's by design, I guess, as far as is purchasable, but there are plenty of areas, I guess, as far as to be able to purchase. And this turned out really, really, really nice. I think another area that I want to check. We already checked out the racetrack. Let's see here. Let me zoom in. I am not all that displeased with this so far. So yeah, I'm going to be cleaning up more of these roads. So that is a dirt road here. That farmland. Hold on a second. Okay, so that whole road, I might have to adjust that farmland because I tried to go the approach with the way a lot of these dirt roads in between these farmlands are kind of half and half. I noticed this one dirt road is on this one here. Okay, I'm just taking note myself there. That's not necessarily a terrible thing, but what I did try to do for the most part, if there was a dirt road involved, I guess, as far as adjacent to a lot of these farmlands, was to make it possible, I guess, as far as to purchase it between two fields. I guess this one here, I took the approach of just having it all in one piece of farmland. Those trees seem to be... Yeah, I'm going to be doing some more work, I think, on these trees. So there's a couple of different forested areas that you can buy. So don't get it confused, I guess, as far as these lines here represent the farmland border. That's not a road. So if I highlight it there again, that's the farmland border. So it automatically adds a 5-meter, what equates to a 5-meter buffer between all farmlands. So yeah, that's what those areas represent. So far, this is not looking too bad. Like it. So I might add some more clarity, I guess, as far as to the town. Might find a way, I guess, as far as I might take a different approach, I guess, as far as that. It's a little blurry, as we can tell. Let me go in this view in particular. When you zoom out, it's not quite as bad. I like the way the waterway turned out. Trees so far seem to be presenting themselves in the right position, at least anyway, so that's cool. See if there's another area I do want to check out. So this is one of the... Yeah, definitely got some cleanup I want to do on some of these field borders. So there are some stones in here. I gotta go through that. This is the whole farm area. Okay. Yeah, so the waterway is definitely lining up almost exactly where it needs to be. Very nice. So yeah, all these borders right here are the farmland borders, right? So those aren't roads; those are farmland borders. I want to get that confused. All right, so this is showing the areas. So the other thing I'm taking in consideration here with the color of the water is the fact that it almost is the same color as the highlight for purchasing farmland. I don't want that to get confused either. That might be something else I'll take into consideration. I might make the water a little bit darker, you know, as far as a different shade of blue. The other thing I wanted to look at while I'm in this is the outside edge here. So yeah, it's going to have this on the border. In this out area, it's definitely going to have, yep, our logos and such got on that, so that's cool. These are areas that are totally non-reachable and non-usable. That's well outside, I guess, of our, what I didn't take out, which I will do that, I guess, as far as once I get the trees, is I have those alignment blocks for the trees. I'll have to take those out. That looks not that pretty, but yeah, that turned out pretty good. A little bit more work, I guess, as far as to just kind of clean it up and, you know, make it look a little bit more fancy. But I think so far this is seeming to work out. Turned out good. So all that time that we spent, I guess, as far as that little bit of time that we spent, I guess, as far as on this, it's actually proven, I guess, as far as to be worth it. Oh, you can still hear the woodpeckers. You don't hear the woodpeckers? Listen really close, you can hear the woodpeckers. Let me turn up the game sounds a little bit. Actually, let's adjust the... Hold on a second, let me do it this way. I don't know if you all can hear that or not, but it's pretty cool. Where's that at? How many settings in here? So we have environmental sound. Let's turn that up a little bit. There we go. You can hear the warblers. That's kind of a common one, I guess, as far as that does tend to be in most maps. But you got the chickadees, the warblers. The woodpecker was definitely one I wanted to have more dominant, I guess, as far as any other birds. To include the dogs barking in the distance. Making use, I guess, as far as of a lot of the sounds that are in the game by default. It's pretty cool. Alright, so we did do some work on the barge, I guess, as far as to make it a little bit more, we'll kind of freshen it up a little bit. Let's jump on this. So one of the things that we did clean up, I guess, as far as, you know what? Why did the, wait a minute, why is this doing? It shouldn't be here. Uh-oh. Why is that here? That should not be there. That should be not in that spot. Wait, did I not move that over? I'll have to check that, I guess, as far as post fact there, but I thought for sure I did move over to the updated map. So I did do some things prior to the start of stream today like that, and apparently, so yeah, this is going to be one of the things for those that haven't tuned in and seen. They've got these collectibles that you'll be able to pick up around the map. That is not going to be one of the spots where they're going to be. So pay no attention, I guess, as far as where this one is located. That's going to be in a different location than that. I think I put it there just to kind of try some things out for his placement of these. But yeah, there will be. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check and see what's going on with that. Let's go drive around a little bit more. So yeah, the fact that I'm on the dock, you can see in the PDA there, we're on the dock, but we're not actually on the dock, we're on that water. So yeah, that's something else I'll have to make sure that gets into the PDA. We don't want our vehicle to be looking like it's on the water, it's actually on the dock. So I'll have to get that painted in. Take a ride around here and see. Now it's actually showing us that we're on the road. That's good. Put on this one. Whoop. Don't mind my keyboard driving. Alright, so I am noticing. Let me go in this view real quick. We off. Shouldn't be. Why not? Yeah, see, this is the one thing that bugs me. So see how, where we're at. We're on more or less on the left side, or the right side of the road. See how it's showing in the, so that's kind of off. So that's a bummer. So there might be some adjustments we'll have to make that way. It's little things like that, I guess, as far as it kind of bug me. It should definitely be showing us. We'll go over here. So we're off the road. So we're gonna do that. And yep, that's definitely off. That's a big bummer. So yeah, those are definitely some things we'll have to get adjusted. Okay, so that's something else we need to tackle. A little bit of a bummer, but there's probably some different approaches I'm going to take to adding more clarity, I guess, as far as to the main, the bulk of the map. So let's see if we turn on this road, get ourselves in the middle, and see where we're at. We should be, actually, that one's almost about right. Let's go down, and this road's go up to the next road. This is a one really good way, I guess, as far as to see how far things are off by just traveling the roads. We can see in the mini-map on this road, we're actually right where we should be. Go up to the next road here. Alright, let's turn on this road, put ourselves in the middle, and see where we're at. Yep, this one's off. So it seems the roads seem to be off from the vertical, I guess, as far as from north to south, as far as the scale that way. East to west seem to be fine. Let's go on to another road that goes east. Or, north to south. So yeah, it's only on this part here. I mean, it's not that far off, but it is off. That's gonna bug me. As it probably will anybody else that tends to play the map. What I'm paying attention to is the mini-map, I guess, as far as to see where our car is located, our vehicle is located as we travel the road. There are certain spots that seem to be exactly where we need to be. But actually, I could have turned right there. Well, actually, this road did not show at all. Holy crap. This road needs to be painted in. Didn't show up at all. Okay, so that one still needs to be painted in. Here, let me make this one. Oh, I don't know, which one works better? I think this one actually looks better. I know it's small, but It actually shows up better, shows where we're at, I guess, as far as in comparison, as far as vehicle-wise. I've got a bend. Like that also needs to get painted in. Yep, this one definitely still needs to get painted in. See, now this one doesn't seem to be too bad. Let's take a look at it from... Okay. So we are over here. Where are we at? Going towards... Wait a minute. So... Oh, here we are. We're over here. So we still got to paint that road in. Still got just the dirt that shows. So right here. That's actually not too bad right there. So there's certain areas, I guess, as far as that seem to be off, but other areas seem to be actually pretty good. Definitely on another road that we went down and going in this same direction as far as east to west, it's definitely off. From shoulder to shoulder of the road. Here, let's go back north and south on this next road. You can see in the PDA there, it looks pretty good. I still got to paint it in, I guess, as far as this paved road. Right now it's showing it as a dirt road, which it's not. So there's definitely still some adjustments that we need to make to our PDA. That's to be expected. That one's definitely off a little bit. Oh man, how did that sign get knocked down? What the heck? How did that sign get knocked down? So I might have to adjust that sign. I didn't knock that down, that was already down. Okay, I'll just take note of that. It might be too far into the ground, I guess, as far as that map start. Okay. Yep, so we're definitely off in this direction. Let's look at it this way. Let's go down this way. Yep, we're definitely, this is way off. Holy smokes. We're way off the road here. Yikes, okay. Kind of interesting how it's doing that though, actually. How in some spots it's fine, and other spots it's not. Definitely a little bit of a problem, I guess, as far as the scaling. So, yep, I'll have to take much, I'll probably end up taking as much the same approach that I did for the trees and the water plane to get all that stuff put in the right spot. That should give everybody, I guess, as far as, that's still tuning in, I guess, as far as a little bit of a insight, I guess, as far as what goes into creating a PDA, I guess, as far as format. And why you may or may not find, I guess, as far as it off in certain areas. Dirt road over here. Okay, so that's showing up there. And that is off just a tad. Not too bad. Off a little bit. Which leads into this paved road. It's actually not too bad. And we're right back here at the racetrack. This one here is not too bad. One lines up pretty good as far as our vehicle right in the middle of the road. Okay, is that road showing up? Hold on. Now this road, see how well this one lined up. This one's definitely off a little bit. So there should be a bridge going over this thing here, which doesn't show. So that's so between, you know, certain things like the dock over at where the barge is and this bridge obviously aren't showing up there, so we need to get that fixed. Yeah, it's just little stuff like that, nothing too serious. Nothing too serious. There's a driveway there. Okay, cool. I didn't expect it to be all that perfect, I guess, as far as like that. I mean, it's always nice, but I didn't expect it to. Dirt road coming up here. There it is. Let's go this way. Oh wow, that is way off. How you got that up, but that is way off. So once again, I guess as far as for the most part from what I'm overall observing here is the north or south direction, I guess as far as how it's scaled, seems to be off. That might be something I can adjust by taking the same approach I did with the waterway and the trees, as far as to, you know, isolate just the roads and get those planted in there and then see where it needs to be adjusted on the map, I guess as far as for our PDA. I'm not going to go over that, I guess, as far as on this stream, but should hopefully give everybody a little bit of insight of what goes into creating a PDA, I guess, as far as for the map. So we got this road here. Let's see how off here. So this is actually looking, whoa, well, that's pretty much on spot, right in the middle of the road. A lot of undeveloped area, I guess, as far as in the, you know, the outer extremes of the map. So you got the heart of the map that's right over there. Coming in too loud for everybody? I think it might be. Turn that down. Yeah, that should be a little better. Okay, we got. Ooh, that was a road there. Let me see where how this road lines up. Yeah, so the ones that go north to south, which would otherwise involve east and west orientation, you know, as far as the scaling of the PDA, those seem to line out good. It's the ones that go east to west, which would involve the north and south scaling, I guess, as far as are off, for the most part. This one should dead end up to the tree line there. Whoa. Lumpy bumpy through here. Yep, this one dead ends right into the tree line. As it should. Hippers, very cool. I think everybody's getting the point as far as how it's built. We're closing in on 5 hours. I think, ooh. A little bumpier than I thought through there. I might take it easy. This is one of the fenced-in lake areas, I guess, as far as that can be purchased. Kind of a little private fenced-in lot, I guess, as far as to utilize. Alright, so this tree should line up. Map's going pretty good, so we're testing out how our PDA is lining up there, Pancake. We've come to the conclusion that, you know, there are some roads that don't line up as well as we'd like, and there's still some adjustments that need to be made. Nothing super duper major, but we can go through the same processes that we've done with everything else, I guess, as far as to get that where it needs to be. It is super close. Yep, so you can see I'm going down this road. In my mini map there, you can see it's off just a skosh. Just a skosh. From on the one side of the road, so if I put myself in the middle, I have to be like right there before it actually puts me in the middle. So it's so dang close, it's not even funny. But we can get those adjusted on our PDA, I guess, as far as to get that lined up. That's what we're testing right now, I guess, as far as just to see how well the PDA actually lines up with what's you know, the map layout actually is. So all that time that we spent there, I guess as far as pretty good. Yeah, so we're much the same way here. We're just a skosh off, just a skosh. I appreciate their pancake. I mean, yeah. Cool. So this coming into town got a little bit of a speed bump. It kind of reminds you to slow down. But we got some people walking in town. There is traffic through here, so we gotta make sure we're out of the way. Otherwise they get mad at us. There we go. So one thing that's really cool with this map is they'll go slower in town, but once they get to this point, and they'll see how they speed up. Yep, so once they get to this point here, I guess as far as on that part, they actually will speed up and they can go faster there. So once they get into town, oh, there's the woodpeckers again. Listen close. Yep, here are the woodpeckers. Y'all might not be able to hear it, but the woodpeckers are definitely here. So any of the wooded areas, I guess as far as that have the dense trees, you'll definitely be able to hear woodpeckers. And also the dog always barking in the background. That's part of some of the custom ambient sounds that we got in the map. So this is the town. And of course you got a Dollar General to be able to sell most of your goods. Most of the stuff that you would produce on the productions. You cannot sell raw materials here, I guess as far as raw corn, you know, off your fields. You can sell those on the two main sell points, which is, let's zoom this out here for a second. You've got Billy Bob's on the east end of the map, which is over here, and you've got the United Cooperative on the west end of the map, which is over here. Those are the two main sell points, as far as your raw crop, you know, as far as your wheat, barley, corn, things like that. There's also, while I'm explaining these things, you have a place, I guess, as far as separate sell point, I guess, as far as for selling root crops. That includes your potatoes and your sugar beets. It's probably another fair mention that there's no sugar cane that can be done on this map. It's been completely stripped out of the map. So if you even go and attempt and try to plant sugarcane, it won't let you. The only thing that it has maintained, and I haven't figured a way, I guess, as far as to remove it, is so it's out of the price table. You won't see sugarcane in here either. Yep. So you can see everything else but the sugarcane. You can do the sugar beets for sure. You've got all the custom stuff, I guess, as far as that's built into the map as well. The only place I have not been able to get it removed is out of the crop calendar. So by default, it still tends to show sugarcane, but it just leaves it blank. So when you go into here, it'll immediately let you know, I guess, as far as you go to crop calendar. The fact it doesn't give you any information on when you can plant and or harvest should be a clue that there's no sugarcane on here. I haven't figured out how to get that removed off the crop calendar. So other than that, sugarcane has been completely stripped out of the map. Alright, so we're over here at the Joanne's Fabrics. That's where you can sell most of your fabrics, your cotton, to include raw cotton, and your cotton modules. So if you do cotton on the map, you got that place there to sell. Let me check something over here. So the fact that I saw one of the collectibles where it was there, that's so I thought I had moved over the updated map. I guess I did not, because I had a ladder. I'll be a son of a gun. So I guess I did not move that over. I'll have to make sure I fix that, I guess, as far as after stream. So yeah, this ladder. Oh, there's woodpeckers again. They're pecking away. So yeah, this thing is supposed to be over here. So that was one of my telltales, and it's laid on its side over here. So yeah, I got to bring in that map update. I guess as far as that, I'll have to get that tested. But even with the map update, this is stuff like that I updated. I guess as far as in that, I'll have to make sure I just get that over in my mods folder. Nothing major. I'll get that done, I guess, as far as post fact. I hope everybody did enjoy this yeah, so the creativeness, I guess, as far as we had here today, to include a little bit of a play test of the map to see how everything turned out. I think it turned out pretty good for the most part, so let's go back to the map here real quick. And, you know, get a good look at it. So it's not done. Don't consider this to be final. But for the most part, it's lined up pretty good. I like the way the water turned out. I might change that a little bit, like I said, as far as to not be much the similar color as the highlight from when you're purchasing farmland. I don't want it to get confused, I guess, as far as that you're actually purchasing water, for example. Although, with that being said, the waterways, like the one here, is a free water source. So, and by free water source, you can, if you've got a trailer or the means, I guess, as far as to get to the water's edge, you can pull water for free, I guess, as far as off of all those, to include these lake areas if you purchase those. So it's not like there isn't access to the water in there. I showed the barge, I guess, as far as that is usable, I guess, as far as to use that on that waterway to get at least from the industrial park and back to town. That's just another way to transport the goods, as opposed to just you know, using other methods. So yeah, turned out pretty good. Does this zoom out any further? It does not. So if you pan over, you can actually see, I guess, as far as the logo for that. But when you're just panned out, I guess, as far as top down, that's how she looks. So that's where we're at, folks, I guess, as far as with this level of this is the first step, I guess, as far as getting a usable PDA, I guess, as far as completed. As you can see, there's still some adjustments that need to be made. I've said that over and over again. I feel like a broken record, but I don't want anybody to consider, I guess, as far as this to be a final product, I guess, as far as for the PDA, because it is not. First step, I guess, as far as to getting something finally done. So I'm taking a quick look here and see who's live, who's running live here, I guess, as far as, and we'll go send it off here. I'm going to get myself some food. I'm starting to get super duper hungry. It's looking to me like, who's going on here? It looks like, man, we got some pretty good choices here. We got some pretty good choices here. Give me a second here, folks, while I take a look at who we're going to send it off to prior to the stream. I do appreciate everybody that did stick around, if I haven't said that enough. Y'all have been fantastic, even if you are in the lurking capacity. Oh, Tiger Lily's playing some Wreckfest. Ooh, that used to be one of my all-time favorite games. I think that's where we're gonna go, folks. Tiger Lily seems to be hanging out, I guess, as far as Wreckfest. He's playing some Wreckfest, I guess, as far as with viewers. Nice. Very nice. I think we're gonna probably send it off over there. All right, folks, let me switch this over, and we'll send it off. Yeah. Again, very much appreciating everybody that did stick around. Pancake, whoever else that might be kind of lingering. I'm gonna close that guy. How did I get up there? Anyway, so there's our PDA there, and that's gonna make a good fun thumbnail, actually, as far as for this stream. So yeah, I think that's where we're gonna go. If everybody would join me in, I guess, as far as on rating Tiger Lily, I guess, as far as during the outro, I very much appreciate it. I am gonna find me. I don't even know what I'm having for dinner, folks. There we go. I need to find me some grub, that's for sure. My belly's been rumbling for like the past half hour, so do feel free to join in on the raid, I guess, as far as on the outro of the stream. You will earn yourself those valuable units of fluid, I guess, as far as for joining in on the raid. So that's a definite benefit. Hard to believe it's been over 5 hours. We got a lot done, though, so I'm feeling very accomplished. We will be streaming here next, no later than Wednesday, continuing the playthrough of Monbazoo there for whatever Wednesday in support of Winter Warrior Project. Do keep your eyes and ears peeled, I guess, as far as on the Discord. You got those posted to the channel. Let me go ahead and put this out in chat too, I guess, as far as if you're not already following on the Twitter or on the Rock Nation Discord, definitely make sure you're doing that, I guess, as far as to not miss any streams that might tend to populate, I guess, as far as here on the channel. But like I said, as far as no later than Wednesday here, we will be streaming here with continuing the playthrough of Monbazoo, the latest updates on that. So I do hope to see you all then. You'll have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Let's go say hi to Tiger Lily. Later, everybody. Catch you later.